Continue on through the next 35 minutes. So that hail core just northwest of Sheraton. We think tornadoes are going to be on the docket here today. So far, storms have pulsed upwards a little bit earlier than we anticipated, with been kind of a slow burn to get things going. But I think we're starting to see those stronger cores now. So yesterday we kind of mentioned east of I-35 is going to be where it's at, and even more refined here today, not only east of I-35, but I think the southern 2, maybe 3 tiers of counties in Iowa is where the biggest threat is going to be. So just highlighting that hail core here, 1.3 inches is the radar estimate. Northeast of Lucas, northwest of Sheraton, just to the north of Highway 34, right through Stevens State Forest area as it moves northeast of the Lucas area, back west of Whitebreast and southwest of Oakley is where the threat is. I'm going to bring in Joe here on the situation. Joe, we're going to be here talking about severe storms as we go through the afternoon. Let's hear your thoughts.
Yeah, absolutely. So, with this kind of first cluster that we have here, as it continues moving to the east, we do have and are continuing to see really good shear numbers in the environment. And of course, there's a lot of energy and moisture for everything to work with as well. So the environment is there to start seeing maybe this cluster as it continues east start to maybe begin to spin a little bit. That's something that we're going to watch very closely for, because that was going to be one of the threats today, was some tornadoes to go along with the damaging wind and hail threat with these storms. But we're also, Chris, going to be watching a little bit of maybe some more development as we head over kind of the next hour to hour and a half. It's something that we'll watch closely. And I'm talking a little bit more to the west and the southwest, watching for a little bit more thunderstorm development. And if that does occur, those storms would have very similar threats to the ones that are in southern Iowa right now, as well as the ones that are trying to move up a little bit closer to the border from northern Missouri into southern Iowa. So a couple different areas for us to watch for, and also watching for a little bit more development back to the west and southwest. But it's still yet to be seen whether that's going to occur or not. It's just something that we'll continue to monitor and track.
Alrighty, sir, absolutely. As we continue to watch the initial offerings here, kind of a slow burn so far. That one severe thunderstorm warning just over Lucas County. The heart of it, the reason why it's warned, is they're just north of Sheraton, where we do have signal for hail core punching through. There are some gusts of wind, I think, in that bigger mass over Clark, and then down into Decatur counties overall. But so far, not only have we not heard of any significant wind gusts at this point, we don't have the indication on radar that it is overly strong. So there's that hail core. This one is moving east at 50 miles per hour. Let's get the track set, and let's do our first track of the day. Moving east at 50 miles per hour. I think that's the general trajectory we're looking at, maybe just slightly north of east. So this one's in Williamson any moment, getting over towards Marysville at 3:52. And to Albia, kind of riding the southern edge of this storm, will be in the vicinity, probably just north of town by 4. Oskaloosa by 4:14, and then north of Ottumwa more than likely by 4:24. So this is the first storm we're watching. Overall, we do have a tornado watch in place until 9 o'clock here today for the southern 2 tiers of counties in south central Iowa. That's where the best setup is right now, surface-based, where we have that forcing mechanism that's triggering those storms. It's looking like it's going to be pretty quiet in the grand scheme of things in the Des Moines Metro, wouldn't you say, Joe?
Yes, I completely agree, especially given where we are seeing kind of the first bit of development here. If it was, starting a little bit farther to the north, then maybe, we'd be watching for the south side of the metro, something along that scenario, but doesn't look like that's the case right now.
Okay, and the Futurecast has been hinting at this southern line really taking hold As we've gone through the day, now there is the possibility of a secondary cluster kind of sliding through north and a little bit west of this cluster that is in place right now. And that is going to try to produce some spots of hail too, maybe a lesser tornado threat up to the north and west. And if Des Moines gets in on any of that, that is where it would be. So you see right here at 9 o'clock, that's that secondary line I was kind of telling you about. We're watching the south here initially, I'd say through 6, 7, and then there's that secondary line, and that's tied closer to actually a frontal boundary that's up that way, but it kind of runs out of that forcing mechanism. Later tonight and into tomorrow, I have big concerns with this setup right here. We're going to be tracking that very closely tomorrow morning with team coverage. Joe and Logan will be on this one, as we'll have an overnight cluster of storms arriving. Complex, this looks to be a damaging wind signal with spin-up tornadoes along it. Joe?
Yeah, and so that's something that we'll be ready to cover for you tomorrow morning. Just taking a look at and continuing to monitor to the radar indicated hail size with this one severe thunderstorm warning that we do currently have. So radar's picking up at around just larger than a 1/4 inch for hail size. So this is what's going to continue moving to the east, and we'll see with the latest scan coming in there. Looks very similar. In fact, just a slight increase in that. So we're still seeing this particular cell along with this whole cluster here. We're continuing to see it grow upscale. So it's one of those situations where it may, especially with given right around Williamson here, where we've got the strongest part of this cell, we're continuing to see it grow upscale. So may see that strengthen a little bit more as it continues moving to the east, because the atmosphere is trying to and continuing to try to destabilize completely from this morning's kind of a round of rain that went through parts of eastern Iowa. So it's moving into a spot where the atmosphere hasn't completely destabilized yet, but that is something that is expected, because any clearing today, the amount of energy in the atmosphere, the environment's there. It's just how these storms are going to kind of interact with each other as they kind of cluster together, and any development that we see on the backside of this.
Okay, Joe, we've touched on that storm over Lucas County with hail. The southern edge down here over Decatur County, we do want to pay close attention to. I'm starting to see some spots that would be indicative of some stronger wind north of Leon. But also, both of these spots are going to be prime position. Now, I think this is a storm scale rotation, but within it, we'll watch that for some circulation. But it appears right in that perfect little spot there, around I-35 at Highway 2 is where we'd have something maybe trying to come about, right in that little bit of a kidney bean right there. Cody, you in the booth with me? Yeah, just you be ready, sir, if you don't mind. All right. So, Joe, we're watching Decatur County, Lucas County right now. We're starting to see these storms grow.
Yeah, continuing to see these storms grow, and a couple different areas that we're going to have to continue to monitor here. In fact, Chris was discussing this a little bit before we went and started the stream just a little bit ago. At kind of the southern edge of this, have to watch for some more of that kind of rotation going on, whereas hail is the main threat right now over Lucas County. And this is where we're going to watch for a couple different areas here that are starting to at least show some signs of some storm relative spin. And this is moving into an environment that is going to be conducive for potential tornadoes. So we may end up seeing that first tornado warning from the southern portion of this cell. So just something that we'll continue to monitor and track very closely throughout Decatur County as it tries to push into Wayne County here eventually. So the severe thunderstorm warning, it's a hail threat for the most part. Could have some gusty winds in there too. We'll have to see some of the observations as this part of the storm moves through in Lucas County, what kind of winds it may produce. But hail, primary threat there. Starting to see some rotation down into parts of Decatur County with the southern edge of that storm. So things are trying to kind of get together and get a little bit more organized at the moment, Chris.
Okay, sir. I will mention we do have one chaser on our side today. Currently, they are down in southeastern Wayne County, so a bit ways away from the Leon area that we're tracking here. This would be the most favorable location to see something spin up. And right now, I'll go over to the storm relative velocity so we can get a look at it. And it's not huge, mind you, but that would be the area to watch. And also that storm level circulation, sometimes those can even tighten up a little bit too. So that would be southeast of Van Wertz to the west of Garden Grove, southwest of Leroy. So really watching you, Decatur County right now. It seems like, Joe, the last few times we've been on severe coverage, it's been in the south here as of late. So still watching down across some of our southern communities, especially near Leon right now and over through Sheraton. We're just now starting to get a new scan in. And I'll go ahead and pull up the NROT, the shear detection here, and we should start to see some of the blue coming into view. It takes a second to load in. This is my first time loading this product on the day. So yeah, those two areas, that northernmost storm level circulation that I've been talking about, it's there. And then down just west of Leon towards Decatur City, right at Highway 2 and I-35, that would be another area to watch, Joe.
Yeah, for sure, another area to watch, and something that I kind of want to show all of you here is the visible satellite. And what we can kind of gather from this is we can watch as these storms developed. You notice that kind of bubbling up going on. So that's when we say that we're seeing them continue to grow upscale, that's exactly what we're looking at. You can kind of see that through visible satellite, and you know, you've got very, very strong updrafts going into these storms currently. Got some strong updrafts going into the storms that are developing and moving through parts of northern Missouri at the moment. So the environment is still kind of a growing, and something that wasn't very strong this afternoon was the cap on the atmosphere. So we didn't have much to do to break that cap. Now, if the cap were to have stayed very strong, or if it was very strong today, we may see some more type of explosive development where things rapidly get going. But this is a little bit of a slow burn, mostly because that cap just wasn't very strong today, so it didn't take much work to kind of push through that for these storms. And the ones that are in parts of northern Missouri, there is a tornado warning down in that part of Missouri now. So the environment is starting to kind of show itself for northern Missouri, and of course continuing to watch Local 5 coverage area and where we are in south central Iowa with this first severe thunderstorm warning. Now, Chris, something that I have noticed is that the hail core with this one was right around Williamson there for a bit. That has kind of come down on the last couple of scans, and we're seeing maybe a couple other smaller spots to the west of Sheraton and around Derby and Lucas, in between Lucas and Sheraton, where a little bit of that kind of quarter-size hail that radar's picking up on has developed within this one cell.
Yeah, Joe, certainly that has been the case. The initial core has fallen, and now a new one is going up there over Lucas County. Joe, I'll come back to you on that in just a second, but I want to show you cameras. Unfortunately, our cameras at Highway 2 and I-35 on the DOT side, they're down right now. But this is I-35 at US 34 in Osceola. It is raining. We go a little bit further to the north. This is getting up into Warren County at County Road G50 at I-35, and it is dry there. No good look back on the storm in that current juncture. Joe, certainly appears as though we have seen that transition, though, in that Lucas County storm to send that hail core down a little bit closer to Sheraton.
Yeah.
And the way it sits right now, that would be closer to 1 inch in diameter, probably smack dab over town right now. But I saw, Joe, that you had this pink showed up down over northern Missouri. That is a confirmed tornado now. Looks like east of Princeton is where that one would be.
Yeah, right. Highway 65 down into northern Missouri, kind of right on the, right on the edge of Highway 65, and the storm is moving east. In fact, let me get the details pulled up on this real quick, just because I'm curious more than anything. So this is.
Oh, Joe, I'm going to come back to me.
Yeah.
Those of you in Leon, I want you to seek shelter. Right now, we're getting a pretty strong signal. I would be shocked if we don't get a tornado warning out on this soon. Hey, Booth, let's go on at least for a short cut in, but probably more than likely I'm going to keep it more long term. Yep, and KCWI. Yep. All right, my friends on stream. Decatur, Leon County, please seek shelter. That's what I'm going to say. That's a pretty screaming signal for a tornado. I'm ready. All right, my friends. Hi there, I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Kubal, tracking severe weather across southern Iowa as we go through the afternoon. We're joining you on the broadcast. Perhaps you've seen this severe thunderstorm warning off the bottom of your screen that goes until 4 o'clock over Lucas County. That does include places like Sheraton with the potential for 1-inch diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. That storm is moving to the east at about 45 miles per hour. Also, an additional storm down over Decatur pushing towards Wayne County, moving to the east at 45 miles per hour as well. This lasts until 4:30, and the reason we're joining in on the broadcast, we have a decent rotation occurring right over Leon and just to the east, just north of Highway 2 and east of US Highway 69. That's where we are finding some of the storm rotation going on. We have gate-to-gate shear at 69 miles per hour, and we do have that signal that has me more concerned for maybe something of the tornado variety trying to drop down to the ground. Now, we don't have a tornado warning in place, but I'd say go ahead and seek your safe place. As you see here by this severe thunderstorm warning, it does have that tornado possible tag to it. So I am joined here on the severe weather coverage by meteorologist Joe Farrell. Joe, if you would please, let's go ahead and put a track on this Leon storm. I want those downstream to know who's next in line.
Yeah, absolutely. And storm motion was 50 miles per hour, correct?
Yes.
Not mistaken there? Perfect. Okay. So this is moving to the east and maybe just a little bit north of east here. And may need to zoom out to get a full view, but what we can do here is show you this at the very least. So getting into High Point by 350, Corydon by 407, New York 412, Promise City 418, and Plano by 424. So this is the track of the rotation and where the rotation has shown up over the past couple of scans, and would not be surprised to see this rotation on the very southern edge of this first cell that we have seen kind of all kind of cluster together here. Would not be shocked to see the signs of rotation at least come and go or continue as this moves east. So as Chris said, this is not a tornado warning, but we do want you to seek shelter if you're in the path of this rotation. Strong enough of a signal for us to kind of let you know that we want you to be in your tornado safe spot. So that we'll continue to track this storm as it moves to the east, and we still are monitoring this area for the highest amount of rotation that we've seen so far. And the last scan that has just came in, not as quite a strong of signal as what we had just 1-2 scans ago, but still this is going to be moving and is moving through an area that is going to be able to hold rotation, or at least this storm is going to have the environment to work with that and continue to show signs of that. So Chris, we're just getting started here on the day, and we'll kind of have to see how things play out as we move over the next couple of hours, but these storms continue to kind of grow and show their strength a little bit. And there's the tornado warning.
All right, and we kind of figured that would be the case. That's why we wanted to jump on air with you. Here's a look at the shear detection. So now, officially down by Leon, there is a tornado warning that goes east towards High Point, the Garden Grove area, and all the way towards Corden as well. We'll get the scope of that full warning. Yes, Corden, much of Wayne County is now included on that tornado warning. The details showing up on screen for you until 4:30. In the booth, I'll just say if you would keep track of our Iowa Storm Chasing Network chaser out there, and if we need to take them, we certainly will take them. But that tornado threat is now east of Leon, moving almost due east, just north of Iowa Highway 2. And Joe, I did check just so you can update your tracker. This is moving east at 40 miles per hour. That northern storm over by Sheraton is moving more swiftly. So those next in line to see it. I know Joe just did this, but we wanted to get an update on the time and the speed at which this threat is moving towards you. High Point, this will be near you. Seek shelter, 353. Corden, down the line, 4:15 as this one goes through Wayne County, the northern half of the county. Promise City at the edge of that tornado warning will be near you at 4:28. Plano at 4:36 if this continues to hold closer to Mystic, and the Centerville area 4:44 to 5 o'clock. So that's way on down the line. I will show you the velocity signal here, and the latest return, we see that couplet about halfway between Leon and High Point, maybe a mile or two north of Highway 2 down into Decatur County. This rotation about 190th Street and approaching Pony Farm Road and moving its way east and slightly north of east. I'm going to back things up here just a little bit, and we'll see that rotation right over Leon, this is when we joined you. It was a screaming signal for that tornado warning, and I'm glad it came out because we want folks to stay safe down there into southern Iowa. Even back further prior to when this tornado warning came out at 3:33 near Decatur City, we've been watching. This is the prime location to see a tornado develop, and the reason for that, Joe, before we come to you, is the southernmost storms typically have that unimpeded feed of warm and muggy air moving in, and the best dynamics associated with it as such. So that's where the threat is, just north of Highway 2 in eastern Decatur County, moving its way to the east. Joe?
Yeah, and we've got a little bit of hail to go along with this area of rotation as well. Now it is smaller, but the area of hail that is right in between, you can see Lucas and Derby here. This is around quarter size, so not super large hail, but quarter size, 1 inch in diameter is severe criteria. So that is one of another small threat with this current setup and this current storm. But certainly continuing to track the rotation, and there could be a couple of spots within this cell that is a little bit, or at least the area of this cell that's a little bit farther to the north here. Maybe a couple different spots where winds are getting just a bit gusty, but certainly the focus is on that rotation here as it continues just north, riding just north of Highway 2 down here in south central Iowa. And we're starting to see the storms just south of here into Missouri. They are very strong. And so one of those situations where this is still kind of unimpeded as far as the environment that it's working with. But as those storms continue to grow in northern Missouri, those may start to steal a little bit of the energy, which Chris, would not be the worst of news there, because we certainly don't want to see things get out of control here in any portion of central Iowa.
No, not at this point, Joe. And just want to pass along, because I'm tracking things on our stream, the comments. We are streaming social media. We are Iowa app. And coming in out of the Sheraton area, some pea to dime sized hail on the north side of town. So that does coincide with that severe thunderstorm warning further to the north. Now, what I have shown up here on the screen right now is a shear tracks, and this gives us the best indication, kind of simplifies that area of rotation, the area that's showing the best shear happening. And this is the shear over the last 30 minutes, so it's kind of a trail, if you will. Stretching through Leon, that's where we've seen the bulk of it come through here, but there's been little spots we've been watching here all along the way. This is a new scan now coming in a couple miles west of High Point. Continue to be in your safe place, please. So this is a strong signal of rotation happening here. Now, nothing confirmed at the moment, but gate-to-gate shears checking in at 105. And so that means these individual little bins, these individual little pockets, and there may be a slight little bit of contamination there. So we'll keep that in mind and knock things down. But it means that these pixels back and forth right here, or that were right there, are rather strong. Now, two kind of areas to watch. Now, sometimes we can see one area recycle, and I think that's what's happening here. We're seeing that northernmost area kind of be pulled up, drawn up into the storm, and maybe some shearing down to the south. We'll need to keep our track on. This one is just north of Highway 2. So if you're north of Highway 2 in eastern Decatur and Wayne counties, be in your safe place, please. So yeah, the original circulation, as we go back to the radar picture, that's going to be just north of High Point at this point, and we'll watch that southern end to see if we can draw up a little more spin out of this one. As we go back to the velocity signal here, yeah, some broader. I would say this is definitely broader over a larger scale, but Joe, we certainly do still have this rotation here.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, a situation where I would not be surprised one bit if we see this continue on this path. So I'm going to put a track here. This is on the northernmost area of that circulation, because we've got that little spot that's a little farther to the southwest as well. But as far as this kind of northern area, I'm really focused on what's in kind of this next little bit here. So High Point, remain, if you're not already, head to your tornado safe spot. We want you in cover right now. And if you are in coverage and taking cover already, stay there as this continues moving to the east. In fact, we just got a new scan in, but Cordon, be ready to seek shelter as this continues moving to the east. And that latest scan, let's get a look at if anything has changed. And Chris, it's still pretty bright, especially those inbound winds, and still showing up in very similar areas. We haven't seen too much movement in the last couple of scans farther north or farther south. It's kind of riding right along this and just north of Highway 2, and it's starting to approach Highway 65 here.
Joe, I'll just keep it on you right now. I'm up on screen as well. Don't move off that point. Go back to High Point there, and you can kind of see that southern end now looks a little bit stronger than it did before. So that original circulation is kind of being drawn up further to the north on 320th, and it looks like maybe that secondary one is trying to get going down there by High Point. So as we come back here, we have two distinct areas we're watching. Severe thunderstorm warning over Lucas County. That pushes up into Marion and Monroe counties as well, both north and east of Sheraton. That leading edge of that cell's just getting to the Russell area, approaching Melrose as it pushes to the east. That one at about 50 miles per hour. Then our tornado warning down over southern Iowa. Wayne County, Decatur County that we're watching. Joe, you caught my eye, but I think that's bad data. at this point.
And it's going to be tough if we're trying to look for debris right now because the radar beam shoots a little over 5,000 feet up at in this area. So it's pretty far from the radar site.
Okay, Joe. Yeah, and I saw what you were looking at. It kind of caught my eye here overall. Sorry, Joe. Can you actually explain that once again? I forgot to put you on.
Totally fine. So
go ahead and explain that once again.
Yeah. So what I was kind of looking at was a couple of scans ago. I was looking at this little drop in the CC, the correlation coefficient, which is what we use to track any debris. It's going to be very tough with this cell to be able to pick up on that unless there's a very strong tornado on the ground, because the radar beam is shooting up around 5,000 feet because it's so far away. So it would take a bit to kind of see any sort of debris being picked up by radar, but it was something that caught my eye, and as Chris mentioned, likely some bad data just given how far this is from radar.
Okay, Joe, thank you. Newest scan in on the velocity. We're getting it back west of the Wayne-Decatur County line there, northeast of High Point, and just by a couple miles. So this one continues to move east, slightly north of east. Still there with that couplet, though it's not quite as strong as the previous couple of scans in there. I'll just sample it for you. 62 miles per hour gate to gate, and so that's meaning those two bins, individual pixels back to back, are offset by 62 miles per hour inbound and outbound out of this one. And still, that's a decent circulation, but we've seen it higher at points. Backing things up, and you can kind of see the trajectory that this one is going on. So this is pushing north of High Point. I'd say heads up in Humeston and Cambria. Keep your head on a swivel here as we deal with this tornadic circulation, basically riding that blue line, I would say. If we back up that couplet, you can kind of see where it's been and now where it's going. Here's that newest scan. Inbound winds are stronger. We're looking for bright and tight. We certainly have the bright component, and you know what? It's tighter than broad is what I'll say on that, Joe. 57 miles per hour gate to gate, but note that 53 miles per hour. I'm going to check that with two bins across, 34 miles per hour. So you do the math on that, and you're getting up over 90 miles per hour over about a 1 mile distance is all. And so that is going to be a stronger signal that we're seeing that rotation. This is well northeast of High Point now. If you are in High Point or Garden Grove, you can come out of your safe space. North of Highway 2, approaching Highway 665, if you're anywhere between Humeston and that intersection between 2 and 65, you need to seek shelter right now. That circulation is tighter there, Joe.
Yeah, it is. And, just one thing that I want to quickly mention here is this storm did produce a tornado in northern Missouri. The environment is not much different coming up into this cell that is tornado warned in south central Iowa. So I do just want to make mention of that even though nothing is confirmed right now, this is not to say that this storm could not drop a tornado at any moment in time. So continue to remain in your safe space. If you are anywhere within this tornado warned polygon here, this red polygon, as we continue to track this area of rotation, you can kind of see on regular reflectivity a little bit of hooking action right there. And it's going to continue to, it looks as though it's going to continue kind of right center cut through this tornado warned polygon. So continuing to track this storm to the east in this area of rotation to the east. And Chris, as far as the environment goes, I just don't see it going anywhere. Also, and National Weather Service chat, this just came in. Fire Chief in Humeston has reported several intermittent touchdowns with the Tor-warned storm.
Okay, so we can call this one confirmed. Come back to me briefly because I do want to show you that our tornado watch has been extended, likely further to the east too. It's just not out yet. But Mahaska County is now included on that tornado watch going until 9 o'clock. So with that report from the Fire Chief in Humeston, you may see this red box turn pink. And when that happens, either means there's a serious signal for a tornado, or we have confirmation that one is down on the ground. So if that change occurs, That's likely what's happening. So this is crossing into Wayne County now, and just to get your bearings, and I'll zoom into street level here in just a second, threat is 2 miles to the north of Highway 2 and 2 miles back to the west of Highway 65. We're going to put that general area that we're concerned with. Approaching 25th Street, Ohio Road, Quail Run, and then eventually US 65. So in this general vicinity is where that tornado would be, and there's the latest update. Kind of within that quadrant of 25th Street, Ohio Road, US 65, and Quail Run right now. Seek shelter south of Humiston and Cambria, be on alert. Millerton as well, I believe, and I'll back this up here, and we'll draw my little line that I did earlier too, so we can get a sense on where this is going. I believe the heart of this circulation is maybe headed just to the south of both of those communities, but I don't want you to take that for granted. Anywhere into that tornado warning, you need to be seeking shelter, and you'll see now that this has turned pink. Tornado has been confirmed. There's also a signal for some hail up to 1.5 inches in diameter as well from this. I will mention we've been talking about Decatur and Wayne County. There is a sliver of extreme southern Lucas County officially in on this tornado warning as well. So in case I'm not mentioning you, just know that it's extreme southern southeastern Lucas County at the present. That latest velocity signal is looking mighty tight and strong, I would say, at this point. Let's get a sample on it. 108 miles per hour gate to gate. I'm seeing it on my product just off screen here, Joe. Your thoughts on it at the moment?
As far as this particular storm,
Yep.
yeah, this is just going to kind of continue here, because when you zoom out, yes, there is thunderstorm activity, not that far south of where this is moving through right now, but the environment is very, very similar to what it is right now in northern Missouri, which those storms down there, at least the one that is the farthest north, has produced a tornado at some point. It was about 30 minutes ago. And with this one being confirmed now, of course, we want you to remain in shelter out ahead of this tornado that is confirmed at the moment. So we'll continue to keep an eye on the National Weather Service chat, but what I will do here is put another track on this. Bear with me one moment. I'm going to zoom out a little bit here. And so if you're anywhere out ahead of this storm, it's continued to be just north of Highway 2 and a little bit north of east as far as the movement of where that rotation has been continuing to track where it first started, which was closer to Leon, but we've only seen it continue and, in fact, at different points get a little bit stronger. So, Cordon, you're going to be on the kind of southern side of this, and this area of rotation may pass to your north, but Millerton, certainly be ready to seek shelter here within, maybe 5-10 minutes or so. Start to get things ready in order to make sure that you can get to shelter here shortly, because this is moving at a decent pace. It's moving at around 40 miles per hour to the east and just maybe slightly north of east. So this is, now, Chris, just given the report that we have seen that, several touchdowns reported by the Humiston Fire Chief, if you're just joining us here. That is, of course, the most concerning now that we do have this as an observed tornado. Now, whether it's continuously been on the ground and is right now, that's tough to say until we get another report. But I think it's safe to, just stay in cover, because even if this isn't on the ground, several touchdowns reported by the Humiston Fire Chief, that means that it could happen quickly again, even if a tornado has lifted.
Given that we have that report that it was on the ground and the strong signal, we'll continue to say it is until we deem that it's not. We just have some folks on us with us on the broadcast. Megan said she's actually out there by that Quail Run, if you remember me saying so, in western Wayne County, said it is nasty looking to the north. So thanks for that report. There's also a report of a structure fire in Sheraton. They had that storm moving through. would speculate maybe something lightning related on that. But here's why I have that shear detection up, that it is just strengthened in the last couple of scans as this one passes US Highway 65. Here's the latest return, and it's not the area of rotation I'd really be watching here is basically right on US 65 at my pinpoint there. But this is more of a convergence signal ramming into each other, and it could rotate around once again. There's actually a little bit more in the way of rotation here, but in this general vicinity, I'd be watching here now east of US 65. And Joe, you said 40 miles per hour. Is that warning still for 40 miles per hour? Go ahead and just check it out and shout it out.
Yeah, let's see here. This is still 40, yes.
Okay, so this one is moving east at 40. I need to redraw. I just don't have it wide enough. But this area we're watching here, I'm still not wide enough. Apologies. Across northern Wayne County and clipping southeastern Lucas County, eventually into Monroe and Appanoose County as well. So you see the estimated times of arrival on your screen. Okay, so this has been the most robust storm that we've seen so far. We saw this coming here on Local 5. Joe and I, we said we jumped on. We want to get ahead of it for you. We had that inkling that this was going to be the storm, and that first signal of very strong rotation came in, and we've been here with you the entire way. So right now, let's go down to street level, show you that area where we would be watching. Peyton Road, Quail Road, still anywhere between 50th and 70th Street, and even a little bit wider on the periphery. I'd say anywhere from Ohio Road, and then we get on the northern side to Raccoon Road as well. So approaching Cambria, safe place please, anywhere along County Highway J22 between Hummiston and Millerton. You need to be in your safe places there. Fairly rural, but there are some small communities there across northern Wayne County. The hail core is just going to be to the north of Cambria right there, and that is noting anywhere from about ping pong to quarter-sized hail. And Joe, you actually have that up on the screen, so I'll let you take care of it.
Yeah, this is as far as the, a couple different areas of storms that we're watching for in central Iowa right now. This one has the strongest hail signal currently. So this hail size tracker is just a little bit delayed, but nonetheless, so maybe stick this kind of blue area here a little bit farther to the east, but the hail size showing up by radar is 1.5 inches in diameter. So that is going to be another threat with this cell, not just the rotation, but also the hail that it could potentially be producing. Again, likely a little bit farther to the east here, just with a little bit of delay. So Cambria not only need to be seeking shelter for the potential tornado, but also seeking shelter due to the hail size, because once you get up to that 1.5 inches in diameter hail, that can do some damage, especially if you get an area of some concentrated winds and that hail starts flying sideways. You can get some damage from that. So a couple different threats with this particular cell here, Chris.
All right, Joe, thank you very much. That threat is still on screen, kind of right where that area is hooking, south and west of Cambria. What I'm going to do is I'm going to show you the debris detection, because this is in going back in time, so it's not at present, but right about the time this tornado was spotted, that would have been south of Garden Grove, and I don't have that scan. I'll have to show you this at the next one. I believe we go every other scan here on the CC. But there was a slight little lowering, Joe, if you go back on the GR product to about right when this was on the state line, you'll see a slight little lowering in there. But I do believe we had a little tiny TDS showing up on the correlation coefficient, and that is indicative of seeing a debris signature on there. So the threat right now is basically due south of Cambria. As I'm looking at things, let's go over to the velocity signal here. It has kind of broadened out just a little bit. this is that area we're watching. Cambria, continue to be in your safe place. We're treating this as if it is a confirmed tornado. This one moving to the east now, basically right along County Highway J22. Millerton, this is going to be in line with you, and the village of New York and Bethlehem as well. Continue to be in your safe place as we continue on. So that's where we're watching. That rotation has broadened out ever so slightly. It's now over the span of a couple of miles now, those brightest colors, 2 to 3 miles. Some new circulations can certainly crop up on us quickly, Joe, when we start to get in this kind of a situation. So we'll watch that southernmost sector, and still not much else to the south.
Yeah, no, not much else to the south, and you put it perfectly. Even though sometimes when you get two different areas or two different cells that are as large as these are, and they start to get a little closer together, things can get a little bit messy and a little bit in and out in terms of the rotation. But this is still going and has continued for quite a while now. Go all the way back towards Leon is when we first started to kind of pick up on the rotation within this particular storm. And so even though these storms are getting a little bit closer together, just the way that this one has continued, it's broadened out over the last scan, but the rotation is still showing up even though it is broad. And if you're just now joining us here, this storm did produce several different touchdowns near Humiston. It was the Humiston Fire Chief. General area was kind of right through here near Highway 65 where several touchdowns were reported of a tornado from this cell. So continue to take this storm seriously, even with a slight broadening of that rotation in the latest scan. Still want you to remain in cover, especially stay there, stay in your tornado safe spot in Cambria. Millerton, start to head that direction, and we'll continue to see this move to the east and just a little bit northeast, and continue to see that rotation showing up here.
All right, Joe, can you carry on for another 60 seconds, please?
Yes, sure can. So we still do have, just to give you all another update on the warning times here. So this severe thunderstorm warning, the tornado warning, that is still tornado confirmed, that is still observed. We're going to continue to see this warning through 4:30. And then in terms of hail size, still looking for 1.5 inch diameter hail with that storm that is tornado warned. So that is another threat with that. And this severe thunderstorm warning, this massive polygon here, including several counties, Mahaska, Marion, Monroe, and Wapello County. This is going to continue until 5 p.m. And the main threat with this is quarter-size hail, as well as winds that could potentially gust up to 60 miles per hour. And so those are the warnings that we do currently have. And something else of note too that I'm just now seeing pop up is that storm in northern Missouri here. If we continue to see this moving to the north and east, it's going to remain south of Centerville. But this area crossing the border from Missouri into Iowa, this storm is producing another tornado right now. Just saw that go observed farther to our south here. So going to continue to keep an eye on that as a little bit of northeasterly movement. Otherwise, the main focus is on this storm right here, which has produced a tornado, and right near Millerton here. And Millerton, be in your tornado safe spot and stay there, as this area that is showing up a little bit brighter now, Chris, with the latest scan. This is, not maybe super tight like it once was, but this has gotten brighter, at least this area, over the past scan.
Millerton, please be in your safe place. What we have up on feed is one of our storm chasers, John White, who is out into eastern Wayne County. So he's headed up to that storm. We'll watch this feed here periodically, and I'll go ahead and bring it up on screen. But Millerton, I want you to be in your safe place right now. He is to the south and east of that that storm looking up into it. So we will continue to watch John's feed as we continue on here with the Iowa Storm Chasing Network with this storm out over Wayne County. So this threat is basically at Millerton right now. We want you to be in your safe places. Northern Wayne, northeastern Wayne County, extreme southeast Lucas County. We want you to be in your safe place. Tornado has been confirmed. That was back when it was back south of Garden Grove. But since this area of circulation is pulled well to the east now, and kind of a muddled mess when you look at the velocity signal, but we'd be watching this area approaching Highway 14 at the moment. So that is the strongest situation, or strongest rotation, and in this overall situation, it has been the most robust looking storm. I will say there is a new severe thunderstorm warning out towards Monroe, Mahaska, Wapello County. Just getting some of the details on this storm. This is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour wind, 1-inch diameter hail as this one pushes to the east at about 40 or 45 miles per hour. The strongest area with this storm is back to the west of Albia right now by a couple of miles and headed your direction. So we haven't done this in a while, so I'll go ahead and put that up on screen for you, kind of this area that would pack, I would say, the leading edge of the strongest wind, moving to the east and north and east. Here's the communities on your screen. So Albia will be in your vicinity here in about 4 or 5 minutes. Okay, you see the other communities on your screen. What I'm actually going to do is come back down here towards Millerton, because the next scan we're going to get is going to show a rather tight-looking signal for that rotation. It's basically right on J22 at Highway 14, Millerton. Be in your safe place, please. Basement, low-level interior room of your dwelling. On towards the villages of New York and Bethlehem, as well as you continue on J22. Joe, just so you're aware, keep track on the Teams feed too. Seems to be a lot of chatter in there while I talk, and I'll do the same vice versa. So this signal right here, it is strong, and maybe not gate to gate, but we are getting 83 miles per hour on the inbound, and a couple of gates away, we are 48 miles per hour on the outbound. So we're up over 125 miles per hour over short distance. I'm going to go over to debris detection just to see if we can see anything here. You know, there is some light blue, but that would also be in the part of the storm. As we take a look at the reflectivity, it's kind of in the weak echo range, and sometimes you can stir up dust and wildlife, bugs, things like that too. So I don't want to say that can confirm something, but that's what we're looking for, is kind of those lighter blue, more concentric circles, kind of like this color right here, but overlaid where we have the best velocity signal. And it is juxtaposed right now, but it's just that one little pixel in the weak echo region. So that's one thing to watch. Millerton, that circulation is right over you at the moment. Joe?
Yeah, right over Millerton right now, and this does look as though this is going to be riding right along County Road J22, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, J22. So
Joe, we have the feed up there, and you look on the left-hand portion, that'd be the part of the storm we're watching. It's way off in the distance, but if we watch this area on the feed, that would be the area we're watching for something dropping down to the ground.
I'll be very curious to see that as he makes a turn, eventually toward the cell. So yeah, continuing to track this rotation for you all. This is a situation where we want you to remain in your shelter, especially Millerton. Stay there. Stay in your tornado safe spot. Out ahead of this, anywhere along County Highway J22 here towards Bethlehem, and maybe just a little bit north of there. Do be sure that you are seeking shelter right now, because this has not let up all too much. over the, really since we started to see the rotation, there hasn't been a lot of let up or a lot of breaks between, between scans where might have one or two where it goes away. This has been pretty persistent. So even though it no longer has that observed tag, don't want you to let your guard down with this one. Continue to remain in shelter if you're anywhere within this tornado-warned storm as it continues moving past Millerton, right along County Highway J22 to the east of Millerton, and continues to track in that northeasterly motion.
Okay, so we're now moving east of Millerton towards New York, right on J22. I have the latest velocity scan up there on the screen for you. And that's the area we're watching, the greens and the reds kind of right next to each other right here. There would be a bit of an anticyclonic circulation happening in between Millerton and New York at the moment, but the main circulation is coming out of Millerton from the west. So heads up along J22, northeastern Wayne County and up into extreme southeastern Lucas County. This has a history. Look at the rotation on this 30-mile stretch or so, all the way from Decatur City now to Millerton, and periodically, at least intermittently, back closer to the Wayne and Decatur County line. The reports were that this was constantly kind of dropping up and down across the landscape in that time frame. So that's what we're looking at. I'm going to go back to the WebPC here feed so we can get a look at it. Again, just had one of those pesky ads popping up. But driving through the rain, it appeared, last I saw. And can you make sure that your feed is most up to date in the booth, Cody? Just go ahead and hit the live button in the bottom left, and we'll just make sure we're in the best spot. My feed has John kind of parking out right now, I believe up into the Cordon area looking up to the north. So we'll continue to monitor that. Yeah, there we go. So we're still monitoring that feed. The shear down over Wayne County in the Millerton area is certainly the strongest. You can see the appendage hanging down. This is that classic hook. We'd be watching right into that hook vicinity for that tornado, kind of right where things take a turn. Sometimes we can get it down here on the tip with a new circulation. So anywhere within this vicinity is where that concern is. As Joe was kind of saying earlier, we're no longer tornado confirmed out of this, but still has had a very strong signal that we could get one to go. So a couple of miles east of Highway 14, right on J22 between Millerton and New York, that's about 150th Street. That's where circulation is, and I believe this is a bit of a dated scan, so it's probably pushing over the village of New York right now and pushing to the east and north and east at this current point. Joe?
Yeah, just I'm continuing to kind of look at things within this other area here. Just had something come in with the National Weather Service chat. Just reading that over, make sure it's nothing pressing that want to get out onto the air. So
Joe,
there is going to be a new tornado warning.
Yeah, the next scan is pretty significant, and
yeah, Chris, this storm, it's not this area of rotation is not had a lot of let up to it, and so we just continue to see the environment for this. It continues farther to the east, so we'll just have to continue to watch this area closely. So if you're anywhere out ahead of this storm in this area of rotation that's been showing up for quite a while now, do get into your tornado safe spot. Again, smaller communities kind of all within this whole area here, a lot of farms and rolling hills, things of that nature. So the view of this storm is not always going to be the greatest viewing point. So don't want you to head outside, try to find where this area of rotation is. If you're anywhere close to it, just head to shelter and remain there until this fully passes, because this does have history of producing a tornado and several different touchdowns at different points. And so want you to take this seriously as it continues moving to the northeast. And looks like the latest velocity scan, Chris, has put the rotation shifted just slightly northeast in the latest scan, but nothing, too erratic as far as the motion of this rotation and where it's heading.
Okay, thanks, Joe, and we'll keep you updated on what's going on across southern Iowa. I want to show you that velocity picture right now. 1 second here while I get on the correct feed that I'm looking for.
And the new tornado warning is officially up.
Okay, it is. And here's the rotation I was telling you about. And it's now north and east of New York, and it looks like that bin-to-bin pixelating right there. That would be my cause of concern. But we have some very strong winds in the inbound, noted by that green north of Bethlehem, and the outbound wind around the New York area at the moment. Cody in the booth, it looks like you have something up on... I'm so sorry, sir. We will return to that view when we have that staged for you. As Joe just mentioned, that new tornado warning is now out, so let's go ahead and highlight that. Southeastern Lucas County, southwestern Monroe County, northwestern Appanoose County, and northeastern Wayne County. This is going to go until 5:15. If you're familiar with that area, that gets out over a good chunk of the Lake Rathbun Reservoir area, so we're getting out into pretty rural area, but for now the area of circulation is approaching Bethlehem, coming out of the New York area. Very distinct kink and hook associated with this. I'd be watching right over New York just to the east, and then maybe trying to pull something up new near Bethlehem. Those would be the key areas to watch for, maybe something trying to recycle. And it looks like that's probably the case. I think our original circulation is now up here to the north, and maybe a new one coming in there to the east of Bethlehem at the moment. Joe?
Yeah, it does look like this storm is beginning to cycle a little bit and recycle. So we will have to continue to track these specific areas and where they may end up developing. But the storm motion of this has slowed down slightly. So I want to make sure my numbers are adjusted and put a new track on this. I'm going to put it kind of in between the two different areas that we'd be watching for maybe continuation of showing signs of rotation, and one of them may end up becoming more prominent in the next couple of scans. But generally, it's going to be a kind of the path that we're looking at here. So if you're anywhere within any of these locations, especially the ones that are before 5 o'clock here, be ready to go, be ready to seek shelter. Again, a lot of rural areas, a lot of farmland, rolling hills, things of that nature. People still live in these spots, just not very many larger communities or little towns kind of through this area here as it gets a little bit closer to Iowa Highway 142 as it continues tracking east. So if you know anyone that is in any of these rural spots and maybe they don't have the greatest access to coverage, shoot them a text, give them a call, something of the sort, and just let them know that they need to be in their tornado safe spot, because this storm does continue to show signs. Now we're seeing it kind of recycle and cycle a little bit. But I would not be shocked, given the environment that's still out there and is still a little bit farther east, would not be shocked to see another tightening of some of that rotation at some point over the next couple of scans here. But to me, Chris, it looks like with the latest data coming in, we still have kind of our original area of rotation, and maybe just like with the last scan, kind of seeing maybe another spot trying to rotate just a little bit more.
Okay, Joe, thank you very much. And we'll keep that Iowa Storm Chasing Network feed up on our screen. What I was just kind of looking at, this is a confirmed tornado on the ground down near Unionville, and the line is kind of taking. I want those in extreme southeast Appanoose County and Davis County to pay close attention to what's going on. You can download that We Are Iowa app and have that interactive radar at your fingertips. That is a confirmed tornado on the ground down there just south of of our coverage area, but we need to pay close attention to that. Now, Joe, we have been saying that this has been a prime location to see a tornado form. Now we're starting to find that clutter come in and maybe interfere with the circulation. It's still there. It is persisting, but with that inflow being cut off to the south, it would not be quite as prime anymore. And I think with this latest scan that just came in, that would be the case, the trend at which we're going. So we're still watching in this vicinity down over northeastern Wayne County at the moment. So that would put things northeast of Bethlehem. The Confidence turnoff there at the cemetery, Highway S56, where it turns south there. Be on alert. That circulation is just to the west of you at the moment. Just kind of widening out the view to parse along and take a look at what's happening across the landscape. Some stronger wind signal there north of Albia, east of La Villa, and then southeast of Albia. This would be a favorable area to maybe watch that try to spin up here in the future. So we'll watch that. Brompton to Albia. Right here, we have that green that's headed to the north and west, the red that's heading to the south and east, that rotation kind of following the tip of the arrow right there. While it'd be pretty broad at this point, that would be another favorable area to watch. And just while we're on it, down south in Unionville, this is a confirmed tornado down near Unionville, Missouri. And I've seen a picture, in fact, video of it showing fairly sizable down on the ground too. So we'll have to watch that as that one continues on. That tornado warning budges right up to the southern edge of our coverage area in Appanoose County. Joe, why don't you take us on a recap of what's happening outside right now?
Yeah, so we saw all of this activity here kind of begin to develop, farther to the west and the southwest. And what we've seen up to this point, I'm going to take, you see all the warnings down in northern Missouri. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring radar back just a little bit so you can see what it kind of looked like as things got going. And we were kind of starting to get ready to go on stream as this first developed. This was back at around 2:15 this afternoon. And as it continued east, we continued to see it grow upscale. And then it was that southern portion of this storm, and the first one that we've had in central Iowa to this point. It's the southern area of that storm that began to rotate and what continues to be the tornado warned portion of this cell. But here is something that I hope ends up working in our favor, is that as everything kind of clusters together, not to say that this can't still rotate within this whole cluster here, but I'm hoping that with everything kind of coming together, things get a little bit, just the energy gets a little bit more dispersed and is not concentrated into one specific spot with this area that has continued to show signs of rotation. And we're looking at that, and he's still on that storm.
Yes, he is on our tornado warned storm, and so that's what you're getting a look at right there, Joe. Thank you very much. We're kind of looking into that storm. This would be the inflow feeding into it. I believe he's sitting north of Plano right now in northwestern Appanoose County. So that area of circulation now is solidly into the rain, and it is going to be very tough to see unless we get very close. But we're looking up into the inflow here from our feed out in the field as it sits over northeast Appanoose County. And you do see the locator in the bottom right. I don't believe that has updated in a considerable amount of time. So just keep that in mind. Here's our tornado warning at the moment. We'll bounce back to that feed periodically as we continue on. I want to get my bearings on where we believe that that rotation would be. And I'm going to have to back things up here just a little bit to watch. It's certainly being interfered with. And I don't like the situation at all any longer. We have that tornado warning at the moment. We'll continue to stress we want you to continue to seek shelter for that. But I like the way the trend is going here as far as taking it away. That's the way we want things to go here for this afternoon. And this storm has been persistent the last 40, 45 miles. It has been tornado warned at the moment. So the other storms that we continue to have kind of all merging together now along Highway 34 between Sheraton and Albia. Joe, I'd start being concerned with maybe some hydrologic type issues there along that corridor too. That's a lot of rainfall that we've been seeing in the last couple of hours in these areas.
Yeah, for sure. And, we continue to have a ton of moisture in the atmosphere. So not only are these storms producing what they've produced to this point, but we're also going to have to watch for some of this heavy falling rain and rainfall rates that are likely pretty high. But one thing we haven't checked back in with for a brief moment here that I want to take a look at is the hail. And in fact, this is a little area that is back off to the west a little bit. You see it just north of Van Wert here, crossing over. Already has crossed Interstate 35, crossing over Highway 69 right now and moving to the east. This is an area of, I believe that'd be around 1.2, 1.3 inches in diameter. 1.3 inches in diameter showing up on radar here. So a little bit of hail kind of a farther back to the west that wants you to be aware of. Otherwise, where storms are and where it's all becoming a bit of its own kind of one big jumbled cluster, we're not seeing as strong of hail signatures at the moment, but still something that we will keep an eye on and keep an eye on the little bit of fluctuation that can happen with the hail being produced by some of these storms. And something else I want to mention as well, Chris, just looking at the environment, we still do have rotating updrafts coming into all of this action here. So even though it is all kind of, clustering together, and that can help reduce the amount of rotation, or at least make us a little bit less worried about tornado genesis happening and tornadoes forming. But there is still an environment that will support maybe more rotation to start to develop or begin to kind of show itself. So still is very much worth watching as we go over the next little bit here. But another little bit of good news that I do want to share, Chris, is we're not seeing a lot of development back to the west and the southwest. So this may end up being the bulk, or maybe not the only action that we end up seeing, but it's kind of trending towards going that way as far as looking ahead into the evening.
Okay, Joe, thank you very much. And we're kind of in rural southern Iowa, which doesn't always have the best cell coverage. So we unfortunately have had little connection issues with John out in the field. We'll continue to monitor that. What I've been watching here the last couple of scans, there's been a slight reinvigoration in this weak echo region near Iconium. So this would be that area of concern. I believe the name of the highway has changed. It's now a county road, J5T maybe, in the Iconium area, as that one circles around the northern side of Lake Rathbun. But right in that weak echo region is where that circulation would be. So that's the area of concern. Widen out the view just a bit, anywhere from Iconium, north of town there, and we continue to the north and east, Tyrone. And this would be closer to Albia, though Albia officially outside of the tornado warning looking in. That would be an area to watch. Been watching this signal down into Unionville, and that has been a very persistent signal of a strong tornado down there towards Unionville. Now, there is a bit of bad data, but this one's getting closer to the state line. And I want you in southeast Appanoose County to pay attention to this, and then eventually into Davis County. I'm just going to track it here briefly and get a kind of a synopsis of what's going on. I don't see anything in the debris detection. That's good, but this one has that pink label right now. meaning tornado confirmed. And Joe, I think we're on a course to where we are going to eventually be seeing a tornado warning evolve maybe into Appanoose and Davis County on down the line shortly. Your thoughts?
Yeah, that would not be surprising, given just how strong the rotation has been with this storm in northern Missouri, and now that we're seeing it take a little bit more of a northeasterly track, it's going to be one that is going to continue to be. We have to keep an eye on this one and continue to kind of make you aware of it, because something I want to show you here is now this area right around Unionville. Look to the south of it. There's nothing. No storms back in that area. Storms are back southwest. So this one still has everything feeding into it from the south. And so the strength with this one, it may take some time before we see this get any weaker than it is currently. So that's why we continue to take a look at this particular cell, even though it's not quite into the state of Iowa yet. It looks as though it's taking a track that it will be crossing the border and potentially impacting locations that are kind of that southeastern corner of Appanoose County and also into Davis County then as well. So, Chris, I agree. It's one that we're going to have to continue to watch, especially given that there is nothing to its south right now. No other storms. That is the southerly most one in that kind of line there. So would not be surprised to see it continue to show itself in the strength that it has as it continues tracking a little bit northeast.
Okay, Joe, thank you very much. We're still looking outside on the feed there from John as we have that back. I'll leave that up in the box just above me. He's on this northernmost tornado warning over northern Appanoose and southern Monroe County. North of the Iconium area is where that threat is, and we're still tracking down towards Unionville as well. I'm going to go ahead and put a track on it just because it's getting close to our coverage area on that east and slightly north of east track. So as we look at who is next in line, this would be pulling into Coatesville in southwestern Davis County by 5:13. And then Lancaster, Missouri by 5:22, Omaha, Missouri 5:45. That's the latest track on that circulation. Northeast of Unionville, Missouri, that would be the largest community in that vicinity, but you see the line it's taking. It's moving a little bit to the north, so down there south of Moulton along Highway 202 as it meanders its way down closer to Missouri. If you're anywhere in that vicinity, down into southeast Appanoose County, 308th Street, 570th Street, and there it is, that tornado warning, if you see it, that pink shading. So now officially we have Appanoose County into a tornado warning, and it has that threat of not only tornado confirmed, but a considerable threat to this. This means we have a tornado that is actively on the ground and creating damage, considerable damage at that. Joe, I'm going to need you to take over for a second.
Yeah, and we have seen and gotten, we have seen video of this particular tornado, and it did look as though it had some size to it, and that it is, at least at that point that the video was sent in, we could see how strong that tornado was at that time. So this has only continued. So as Chris mentioned, tornado confirmed in the tornado warning. It does include part of Appanoose County here, is going to be until 5:30. So if you're anywhere within this kind of pink shaded area, do be seeking shelter and heading to your tornado safe spot. And it looks as though the tornado warning has been allowed to expire. The storm that we've been tracking all the way back around Leon when that rotation started, no longer tornado warned, but we do still have this severe thunderstorm warning here until 5 o'clock. So in about 15 minutes or so, and 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, the primary threats with this severe thunderstorm warned area here. But certainly a major focus is going to be on this tornado warned storm in northern Missouri that is going to be crossing the border into Appanoose County here. So this is beginning to approach Highway 149. That's Missouri Highway 149, but it is looking as though that may end up being kind of the spot that it crosses over the border of Missouri and into the state of Iowa, and then it's going to continue tracking to the northeast, south of Moulton, as this is kind of an area that I would be concerned with as this continues to track this direction. So with this area of rotation and where the tornado has been happening, let's put a track on this. Want to make sure I've got the storm speed and storm motion fully correct here. So it's moving northeast at around 25 miles per hour. So let me adjust the track speed here, and let's put a new track on this one. Again, so this is going to continue moving to the east and northeast, given the last couple of scans. This is some of the locations that are going to be in line here. If you're in any portion that is into the state of Iowa here, do want you out ahead of this to be aware and to start thinking about heading to your tornado safe spot, because this has been a tornado confirmed on the ground for quite a while here now. The only community showing up within this path that I've drawn here in the state of Iowa looks like it is Mark, and maybe there are a couple others that I may not be totally educated on in the very southern part of Appanoose County here. So this is continuing to show very strong on velocity. Now, there may be a little bit of contamination in there, but it's been a very similar signal for quite a while now. So this is going to end up being the one that is most concerning at this moment in time. However, one quick mention before I send it back over to Chris here is that we still need to keep an eye on this cluster that originally had the tornado warning in south central Iowa, because there may still end up being some pockets here and there that may try to start rotating again. And it could end up being a situation where, maybe another tornado warning gets issued out of this. It's something that we have to continue to keep an eye on.
Thank you very much, Joe. I just want to highlight back on this confirmed tornado, there is a distinct weak echo region here. That little dot, that is where the tornado is. We have a screaming velocity signal on top of that. I'm keeping tabs on the CC data as well. And while that isn't near as concise, that little dot that I showed you is right where we have that rotation. And right now, the way things are situated, this is just a couple of miles south of the Missouri-Iowa state line. 3 miles, just to the south. I want to emphasize places like Centerville, you're fine. This is well to your south. I would say if you are in Moulton, you need to be seeking your safe place. Dean as well, X-Line as well. I'll go ahead and say be in your safe place, because this is a large tornado that has been causing considerable damage. Enlarged in the sense that it's creating significant damage. That velocity signal, though, is what I would term as large. This is a very broad but very strong area that is rotating. And on the gate-to-gate level down here, I'm just going to sample it here. We'll get a sense on how much this is rotating. 103 miles per hour. I'll sample some of the brightest colors coming in. We get up into that 102 range, 58, 64 miles per hour, and on the other side we have, that's new data coming in, and just sampled some of that newest data. 44 miles per hour, yeah, we're getting anywhere up there, 100 to 120 miles per hour or so. I believe right now, if I'm objectively looking where that area is, and we're not going to get street level mapping down into Missouri, But right here, that's where that tornado is at the present. I'll cycle over to the reflectivity, and in that point, that's where you find that weak echo region. So southeast Appanoose County, you need to be in your safe place. I just received word that there's sirens going on in Centerville. There is no threat in Centerville. You are fine, but sometimes the way the siren systems work, and it just depends on your municipality or your county. Sometimes they sound on a wider level than which the threat actually is, and that's due to system limitations, things of the sort. But that threat is not in Centerville. It is further south and east of town. So if you're hearing those sirens in Centerville and watching our broadcast, know that we are not seeing that threat for you in town. That is down over the southeastern part down on the southeastern part of Appanoose County at the moment. So that weak echo region right here, new scan coming in, that's pushing it within a couple of miles of Appanoose County. That's why we're on the broadcast here with you, as we have that tornado confirmed warning over Appanoose County at the moment. I'll get over to the velocity signal and you'll see it. East of Mendota, Missouri, right here. That's where we have that greatest area of rotation, kind of a secondary area right here. Though some bad data northwest of Omaha, that's where we're tracking. And just because, we'll watch that debris detection always, but at this range, we are sampling about 9,000, 10,000 feet up in the air. You start losing a lot of those characteristics at the low levels. There's a lot that can happen in that lowest 10,000 feet, and that's what we'll be watching. Joe?
Yeah, and something else I want to mention with this too is there's a lot of rainfall with these storms. So given where this has shown up, likely is rain wrapped at the moment. So if you are in Appanoose County, I know there's part of some people that want to just go out and get a look at things. If it's rain wrapped, like it looks to be, you're not going to be able to see anything because of it being rain wrapped. You can't always see those with great view. So just remain in your tornado safe spot as this continues moving northeast.
Joe, this picture coming out here, as you see, is coming out of Millerton of some hail that was moving through. Jason sharing that with us, also cycling through some of the pictures with some heavier rain. And this was a tornado warm storm as it moves through, though I don't believe any of these pictures show a funnel being condensed down at all. This is, however, one of those areas that we were really concerned with tornado at the time. Had some hail in that vicinity as well. Thank you to Jason for sharing that with us. We want you to be safe at all times. But if you do have a report and a picture or video you'd like to share with us, you can actually text us. Just text us at 515-457-1026. Again, that is 515 457-1026. I'll get that up here on the screen, and you can get in on the action with your pictures. That number on your screen right there, 515-457-1026. That is how you can interact with us and help further the storm coverage, what's happening out there into central Iowa. All right, let's get back to this velocity signal here, basically right at the state line, just to the south. That's why we're on with you, that tornado warning just off the south edge of Appanoose County. Not only that, but this is confirmed and has that considerable tag to it that we are seeing the threats of that tornado being vicious down into northern Missouri. Joe, let's take folks through up to the north and let's see what's going on up towards US 34.
Yeah, let's get a look. So we have this string of severe thunderstorm warnings here that does stretch all the way back through Lucas County right now, and back through the Sheraton area, and even points farther to the west. Although I do expect that to possibly get trimmed up here at some point. But these severe thunderstorm warnings, there is a little bit of hail showing up, especially on the a little bit farther to the west, where we have already seen storms move through this afternoon and evening. So it's not large hail, but it is hail nonetheless coming down with this storm. And as far as the rotation with this goes, just checking back in on this, we will have to continue. There isn't a one particular spot to me within this area that maybe stands out, just generally. However, we may start to, even though it's all kind of clustered together, which sometimes can help in limiting further rotations to develop, we still have to watch for some of that action, even where we're not seeing the most tornadic activity, which is with this storm that is, and this tornado that has been on the ground in northern Missouri for a little bit, all the way back towards Unionville. This is now beginning to cross over the border and into the state of Iowa in Appanoose County. So, Chris, that of course is the most concerning spot, but there is still some action going on along Highway 34 and points northward. Likely some heavy rain coming down with these storms too. So, some localized kind of ponding on the roadways, things like that, especially with, just given how far back to the west that this extends, may have to start to kind of keep that in mind too, as folks may try to maybe venture out a little bit after the storms move through. There may be some of that going on in some of our communities here. So just something to keep in mind.
Okay, Joe, thank you very much. We have the feed of John White with the Iowa Storm Chasing Network down bottom right, just above my camera. He is working to get down to that tornado-warned storm down into Appanoose County and Putnam County, Missouri. Confirmation via emergency management in Appanoose County that there is a rain-wrapped tornado on the ground in Putnam County. That's just south of the Appanoose County and Missouri-Iowa state line, but down here right on the state line right now is where we have a considerable tag for a tornado confirmed and on the ground within the rain. This has been a persistent signal now. This one possibly on the ground for well over 30 miles now. If not, it was only up for a brief amount of time. We've been kind of watching this circulation from a distance until getting on here closer to Iowa. That this one has been very persistent in giving us a tornado signal. We've seen a few pictures and videos via National Weather Service chat. We don't have privy to show those to you, but there was a rather large-looking tornado at the time down by Unionville, Missouri. I'll pull up the report for that for you back to the west, and video later confirming things closer to Unionville that one was on the ground. Can't emphasize this enough. I've just received another report that sirens are sounding in Centerville. The threat for a tornado is well to your south and east. You do not need to be sheltering in Centerville at the moment. Moulton down through Dean in Appanoose County and northern Putnam County as well. We need to continue to be seeking shelter. Here's that newest scan incoming. I'll check the velocity signal out here as well with you. We should get a new one of those, and I expect it to jump about right here to this position where it's just starting to cross into Appanoose County. That tornado warning for Appanoose County extends through the duration of our 5 p.m. newscast. As long as we have that tornado warning in place, we will continue to be on air with you. That threat, though, Joe, that is beginning to pass into Appanoose County now, kind of right where that weakening in the reflectivity is at the state line.
Yeah, this is certainly concerning as this continues to move into Appanoose County, and south of Moulton along Highway 202 here, be in your tornado safe spot immediately, because this has continued to show that this has been on the ground for quite a while now. Of course, the rotation, you can see it's still incredibly strong, and it also is likely rain wrapped, given how much rain. These are high precipitation cells, and so a lot of rain is coming down to go along with this. And so it's a situation where I know there's probably part of you, or part of some of you at least, maybe wants to go out and try and see this thing. There's so much rain coming down with this. There's little pockets of some smaller hail in there. Just not safe to do so, especially with it being rain wrapped. You can't see it. Just stay in your tornado safe spot as this continues moving across the border, and likely has already crossed the border of Missouri and Iowa and into Appanoose County here. Something else we're keeping an eye on. We still are watching storms and this whole cluster that is farther to the north. Just want to double check the hail here. Nothing all too crazy, but some smaller hail may be coming down again in Lucas County, especially kind of the eastern half of Lucas County there. Maybe seeing a little bit of some smaller hail coming down, and also National Weather Service also mentioned they're watching for maybe some gustier winds to kind of come down to the surface in southern Lucas County. So something to keep in mind there. But Chris, the area of the greatest concern is, of course, with this tornado that likely, until we get a report that it's not likely still on the ground right now, we're going to continue to treat it as such.
I agree with you, and we will continue to call it on the ground at this point, the tornado warning lasting going for the next 30 minutes. We are now joining Local 5 News at 5 o'clock, and we'll likely be keeping it here completely in weather coverage with you, as the area of rotation now is into Appanoose County. We're watching the area along 610th Street to about 600th Street, and that would be at about 260th Avenue over to 270th Avenue. So we're in extreme southeastern Appanoose County. That area of rotation continues to extend to the south into Putnam County as well. So this one is basically right on the state line. We do have John White with the Iowa Storm Chasing Network out in the field with us. He's working to get to this circulation. And Joe, the way I'm looking at it at this point, and you can always chime in whenever you want, this one is now, the tornado is now into southeastern Appanoose County at the moment, based on that latest radar scan. So we'll keep it here with coverage as we continue on. I'll back things out just a little bit. This one's solidly rain wrapped at the moment. Our tornado warning is in place until 5:30. That area we are tracking as this one moves to the east and east at about 30 miles per hour. Next in line to see this one, Gwynn at 5:06. We have Mark at 5:22. We're getting into some villages, townships, or in some cases even some ghost towns that can happen. Bunker Hill, it'll be in your vicinity by 5:34 as this moves into Davis County. I suspect that we'll be getting a new warning here shortly for Davis County. Pulaski, this one will be near you by 5:48. Milton, as that one moves off to the east, east of Davis County, I believe that's Van Buren County. That is next, closer to the top of the 6 o'clock hour. The area we are continuing to track is right up here at the state line in this weak echo region. May try to recycle here just a little bit, as I believe we were previously rain wrapped. We'll be due for a new scan here very shortly, I believe. But yeah, still back here into the rain. That's where we're at. But we'll also watch into this weak echo vicinity. Maybe something else trying to spin up here shortly, Joe.
Yeah, and just a couple of things that I want to kind of point out here, right around Dean. Hopefully you are already in your tornado safe spot. Stay there as this continues moving to the northeast. I'm just looking at Google Maps to kind of get an idea of just what all is around here. You see 310th Street, 570th, of course, Highway 202 here. I'm seeing several farms kind of along some of these streets, 310th, 570th, and then of course over towards Highway 202. A lot of farms that I'm seeing in here. So some residential spots, maybe not seeing any super small communities, but a lot of farmland. People still live on these farms. If you're tuning in, stay in your safe spot. Be there right now as this continues moving to the north and the east. So this is going to eventually, it's going to be passing south of Moulton here. It looks like it's going to continue to stay on this track towards Monterey and south of West Grove. So just want to get ahead of this a little bit. If you're anywhere around Monterey and anywhere within this area of, which is, don't want to be mistaken here, which is Davis County, do be ready to go and make sure that not only you, but your families, if you're with them, be ready to go to your tornado safe spot. And just as a reminder, it is, as many walls between you and the outside as possible if you don't have a basement. The lowest interior room of your home, and if you do have a basement, that is the best spot for you to go in this situation. And Chris, there is nothing indicating to me that this has gotten any weaker or is starting to fall apart. I'm not seeing anything that's indicating that to my eyes. So this is a situation that still needs to be taken very seriously.
Yeah, I agree with you, Joe, here. This is John White's feed. He is working his way east to try to get out ahead of this storm, then turn back south and hopefully catch this tornadic circulation. So we're watching John's feed right now as he repositions. We'll go ahead and keep that up in the bottom corner here just above my head. I am looping things over the last hour here. Let me get that back going for you. And basically, I want you to watch where this circulation has been going. A little bit of a curve. And at this point, I would say watch out in Davis County, not only the southwestern part, but if this line continues, it looks to try to pull it up towards Bloomfield as we continue on. So let's go back to the reflectivity picture here. No official tornado warning just yet, but we are getting very close to the need of needing something into that vicinity. So that circulation still strong south of Moulton and near Dean, the village of Dean, right at about 308th Avenue here and 611th as we get down to street level mapping. 300th Avenue, that's where that rotation would be. And this is moving to, I would say, fairly well to the north and east right now at about 30 miles per hour. So Davis County, you do not have a warning in place at the present, but I believe we have one on the way here. So yeah, downstream warning is coming out, so get ready for that. There it is. It just pops up on the screen. Tornado confirmed, so let's go over this. The southern half of Davis County, more or less, in place until 6 p.m. So we're going to be on with you for the long haul here, covering this tornado. And down to southeastern Iowa. That is a screaming signal, Joe, that we have out there south of Moulton, and it looks like this one has a favorable environment out just to the south of it to see this one continue to go.
Yeah, very, very much so. I was just looking at that. The environment out ahead of this is very favorable for this to just continue being as strong as it has been and continue tracking through parts of this part of southern and southeastern Iowa. The environment does not get any less conducive for tornadoes out to the east. Now, if you're wondering about this activity farther to the west, the amount of shear that is needed to keep large organized storms going, the shear numbers are much weaker back that direction. I think we're going to end up seeing the main focus. I don't want to discount this completely, but just doesn't look like it's going to be in a favorable spot to continue strengthening. So this confirmed tornado warning is down in the southern half of Davis County, and I believe, just looking at things, we're seeing the...
Hey, Joe?
Yes?
I need to take it here for a second. This new warning that came out for Davis County has been termed a particularly dangerous situation. This is a PDS tornado warning, something we don't see all too often, and it means take cover now. You need to take this very seriously. If you are in that pink shading over Davis County, even even into Appanoose County, south of Moulton. Tornado confirmed on the ground. This is a life-threatening situation with a tornado on the ground, and this has a history, long track, causing considerable damage. Please heed this warning, take it seriously if you are in the southern portion of Davis County. This lasts until 6 p.m. We're working to reach out to officials to get bearings on what has happened, what they are immobilizing for out ahead. But as we track this situation now, very serious in the southern portion of Davis County. This is a particularly dangerous situation. The area of rotation is over extreme southeastern Appanoose County. And just to give you some street level mapping on this, we are pinning this one between 582nd Street to 598th Avenue and 315th Avenue over to 328th Avenue. I know that's difficult, but if you live down in this vicinity, you know this area. Just off Iowa Highway 202 as that slinks its way down towards the Coatesville area and eventually Lancaster, Missouri. This threat is over southeastern Appanoose County at the moment, and Joe, it is particularly dangerous at this point. We have multiple chasers out in the air. We're going to be watching those feeds. We'll keep John's up for the moment as he's working to get into the best position to get a vantage point of this one. And while I have you on here, we'll just check out the debris detection here. I don't see anything jumping off the page, but you know, Joe, we're sampling here at a level that is super high. That is way high, 10,000 feet up in the air.
Very close to 10,000 feet in the air. So that's why we're not seeing anything, show up as far as the debris detection. But do know that this is on the ground. This is a particularly dangerous situation. If you're anywhere out ahead of this, head to shelter right now. This is a life-threatening scenario. So Lunsford by 531. But Mark, first up in line, 523, Steuben, 542, Pulaski, 553, and Milton by 606. If it continues on this path here. So we're going to continue to track this one. This has been going on for quite a while now. And another thing I want to just keep mentioning is that this is rain-wrapped. This is a rain-wrapped tornado and is still doing damage on the ground, likely at this time. And the velocity signal has not gone anywhere. It still is incredibly strong as may be delayed slightly, but we may be seeing this tornado starting to cross that border of Appanoose and Davis County and crossing into Davis County here. Already likely either right along or already past Highway 202. So this very southwestern corner in this southwestern area of Davis County, be in your tornado safe spot and stay there. Head there now if you haven't done so already. Hopefully you are already there. And again, out ahead of this, if it continues going on the track that we've been seeing it, this may end up near Bloomfield as far as the next maybe a little bit larger town or community that is kind of next in line with this. But Chris, this has been a monster of a storm since it started in northern Missouri, and it has only continued into across the border and into the state of Iowa here.
Joe, it is long tracked, and I'm kind of sampling here just off screen on my radar product. This red here that we're seeing in our system is false return. This would put winds in the inbound up around 100 miles per hour in this vicinity. On the outbound, we have winds at about 40 miles per hour. So we are circling around overhead over a distance of about a mile, maybe two, of 140 miles per hour. Sampled way up high in the thunderstorm, but we have confirmation that this is on the ground. We're starting to cross over into Davis County, and we want you to be prepared. we have a lot of smaller villages, townships, and in some cases even ghost towns that show up on our weather system here. Places like Monterey and towards Mark, West Grove, and of course the county seat Bloomfield. We want you to be seeking shelter at this point. This is a particularly dangerous situation. And just off screen, we have 64 inbounds and 40 outbounds, 45. We have about 110 miles per hour gate to gate. That is that instant pixel next to pixel. I have some bad data in here, but it'd be right here, these two. So just southwest of Monterey is where that threat is, and that's that gate to gate shear that's running upwards of 111 miles per hour. Yeah, there it is. It's actually showing the number correctly, though the color is not quite correct. 108 mile per hour gate to gate shear. That is a screaming signal for a tornado, and we have confirmation that it is rain wrapped and on the ground. Just refreshing a feed off to my right. Again, a particularly dangerous situation. Treat this one seriously if you are out over the southern and southwestern portion of Davis County. Checking out that debris detection, I don't see anything being lofted that high in the air. We're watching right into this weak echo region right here. See how it hooks in and then the bottom part hooks out? This is that area of rotation we're watching. We're keeping track on the feed coming in. I'm going to go to the velocity because I want to loop this over the last hour. I have huge concerns for Bloomfield right now. I believe this one is on a track for you. I want you in your tornado safe place. If not, it's just on the south side of town. But we are watching that hook kind of curving back up to the right. You're going to see a line come out on the screen here as I'm kind of hitting those points to which it is going. Okay, so you can kind of see the curve, the trajectory. And so this is a very serious situation. Please, Bloomfield, you have plenty of time. Get into your tornado safe place. Keep us on air. Get that We Are Iowa app out on your phone. We are streaming there. You can even join in on the conversation on social media if you have a report to pass along. If you do have any confirmation reports you'd like to pass along, please, we want to emphasize safety on this, but you can just straight up text us what's going on outside your door, your window, 515-457-1026. Southwestern Davis County, Joe, that is where that threat is, and it is a very, very serious one.
Yeah, very, very serious threats here, Chris. Completely agree. A couple of landmarks here that I want to point out around the area of Mark here. This is going to be kind of right through this area. It's right where this tornado is tracking towards. You've got right around here, you've got Mark Baptist Church, a couple of landmarks I want to point out, and then go a little bit farther north on US Highway 63, and you've got, I want to make sure I get the name right, Diamond T Tractor Repair. A couple different landmarks if you know this area. This is the area that this tornado is heading towards as it continues along that track that Chris was kind of drawing out, eventually moving up towards the Bloomfield area.
Joe,
Yes.
just interrupting quickly, confirmation that this one is still on the ground 6 miles southeast of Moulton.
6 miles southeast of Moulton.
Southeast.
Southeast. Okay. So, yes, continue. It's still on the ground, as Chris just mentioned. Stay in your tornado safe spot if you are still in that area that is south of Moulton, southeast of Moulton. Anywhere around Monterey here and over towards Mark, be in your tornado safe spot right now. Stay there. And if you are in Bloomfield, be ready to start right now, making some of those preparations to head into your tornado safe spot and head there shortly as this continues to move off into that direction. Now, because of the curvature, it is a little bit tougher for us to use our Storm Track little tool here, but going to do the very best that I can regardless and just put this a little bit farther to the northeast here. So again, with the curvature that this has kind of shown, may see this kind of curve up and around, up towards the Bloomfield area. But a general timeline, or at least a kind of a rough timeline for Bloomfield, is going to be 547. But if you are anywhere around Mark or anywhere near, if you know the area, Mark Baptist Church as well as Diamond T Tractor Repair, please be in your tornado safe spot right now. Lowest interior room of your home or basement, if you've got one, those are going to be the best places for you and your families to go to stay safe in this particular situation.
Joe, carry on for 30 seconds.
Yes, so we are going to continue. This is the most concerning part of this, just all the weather going on in central Iowa right now. This tornado that is still on the ground, and we have had recent confirmation that it is still ongoing. So this is just a monster of a storm, and this tornado has been showing up. This is a long track tornado, and just this is off of the topic of this particular tornado, but I am seeing a report, and this was, I want to make sure if this was recent. It's a delayed report. 2-inch hail. That was from a little bit while back. So we'll keep our focus here. But if 2-inch hail was coming down, I did want to make mention of that. But again, this is going to be crossing over U.S. Highway 63 very soon, very, very soon here. Probably give it another couple of minutes, and this tornado will be crossing over U.S. Highway 63 and then heading up to that portion of Highway 63 right through here, where it does go east-west for a bit before going back north through Bloomfield. So this is a little bit of a general curvature that we're kind of looking at as far as the tornado track and where this may end up moving through, because velocity scans continue to come in and we continue to see that little bit of a slight curvature to the northeast. So Bloomfield wants you to be ready to go and heading to your tornado safe spot very, very soon here if you haven't done so already. Because I continue to agree with that line of thinking, Chris. I do believe as far as any larger communities or towns that we have out ahead of this, Bloomfield is kind of that next one that is in line.
Okay, Joe, thank you very, very much. We're going to continue to track things for you very closely as we look outside. We're still tracking John's feed there on the camera. We are also working, we have 515 cam. Do you still have me in the booth? Okay, good. My computer screen went dark, so I was worried we just lost everything. We do have 511 cam down near Bloomfield. I'm pretty sure it's a static cam. I'll work on bringing that up. What you're looking on screen, though, okay. What you see on screen right now is actually the shear tracks, the history, if you will, of that rotation that is showing up on the screen associated with this storm. So that's what we have been monitoring. We will continue to monitor that traffic cam feed too, as it looks like it's in line with that tornadic circulation at the moment. But for the moment, that circulation persists, and it's starting to move closer northwest of Mark, closer to Highway 63, south of Iowa Highway 2 as well. So still looking at a strong signal up in this vicinity, south and west of Bloomfield. Mark, you need to be in your safe place right now. Excuse me, just straight west is where that circulation is. That's some strong gate-to-gate shear at the moment, and let's go ahead and sample it 107 miles per hour. So if that's translating all the way down to the ground, that gets you solidly into the EF1 tornado range, and perhaps even stronger down near the ground. There's about 9,000 feet that we are missing of data underneath. That radar beam shoots up through the air, not parallel to the ground. Of course, it curves, as you just heard from Joe, but it does certainly curve around. Let's go ahead and take a full screen view as John is trying to get around this storm now south and east of Bloomfield, get down to the south and get in position. So I have a hunch here John is going to give us a pretty good view up into the mouth of this storm here very, very shortly. Mark, continue to be in your safe place. Bloomfield, I can't stress this enough. This is a particularly dangerous situation with a confirmed tornado on the ground doing considerable damage. Joe?
Yeah, doing considerable damage, and the history of this has shown no sign at all of slowing down here. So continue to take this very, very seriously. And I want to, looks like I'm getting the thing that happens where all the watches try to show up on me here.
Just click off it and back on.
Yeah, so essentially, what I was just trying to show is that south of this cell, there is still, at this point, nothing to impede the amount of energy and the inflow coming into this cell. So that's why we are saying that we do not see and foresee this weakening to the point where we can let our guard down, at least for the foreseeable little bit of future here, as it continues to move towards Bloomfield. Bloomfield, if you're tuning in with us right now, make sure that you're heading to your tornado safe spot. Hopefully you are there already. Make sure you've got the We Are Iowa app, and so you can continue to have us on even while you are in your basement, maybe not near your TV in your living room, anything of the sort. You can always stay with us on the We Are Iowa app. Not a whole lot of landmarks to kind of point out here where this tornado is tracking as it tries moving towards Bloomfield. But what I am seeing on Google Maps here is just there are many, many farms all within this area here. So if you know anyone that is within this spot of Davis County, south and a little bit southwest of the Bloomfield area, just check in on them and make sure that everything is okay for them right now and that they are still in shelter. Still is pretty far from the radar site, so we are likely not going to get any great returns as far as trying to track any sort of debris. Radar beam is shooting up pretty far into this, and looks like Chris, what? Is that John's stream, or is that, no, that's a traffic
No, this
cam.
is our traffic cam that is near Bloomfield right now, in that tornado-warned section of this storm. So we're going to keep an eye on this. I'm also going to pull back to John's feed as he's now parked kind of looking up into the mouth of this storm. This tornado is rain-wrapped, we are told, and that's why we're not really seeing anything. But this one has been on the ground now for a very long time, and if it did push upwards, it was up for just a short distance. This one has been on the ground for at least the better portion of the last 50 miles now as we track this one through Davis County, south and west of Bloomfield. I'm going to come back to me so we can actively track. Here is where that threat is, and it is right now right over Mark. So Mark is where we have the gate-to-gate shear showing up at this point, which is at 86 miles per hour. That's actually back a little bit from the last couple of returns. And we're working on getting a couple of pictures in. We'll get those to you here in a moment. Is that of Garden Grove? Is that what we were working on, Cody? Okay, so we'll work on getting that. There's some possible damage from a tornado-warned storm earlier that we were covering in the afternoon. So that circulation is still very prominent, but the strength has come down just a touch. That's a great sign. I still believe there's something here on the ground. It's rain wrapped, and sometimes what happens here is we can see the old circulation maybe fade away, and then we'd be watching the southern part trying to strengthen back up. We're going to take a look. This is from Main Street in Garden Grove, and this is coming in from our friend Carol, who shared this picture with us. This was a tornado-warned storm, I believe a tornado report just south of town. No word if this was as a result of that, but she did mention that this this building wasn't in the best of shape, but the weather did the rest, was the quote that she gave us. So certainly some damage there in Garden Grove as it pertains to a previously tornado-warned storm. All right, we're going to come back to me, and we can get back to John White's feed there on the PC if you don't mind, and we'll bring that up. Latest velocity signal coming in, and it's still kicking back there, and there's actually kind of a second little area we'll have to watch back in southwestern Davis County. But here's where that strongest rotation is right now. It's due east of Mark, and unfortunately we don't have county level mapping for streets in that vicinity, and that is down east of Mark by a couple of miles. Let's loop the last 30 minutes. I want to get our bearings, see how things are looking here for Bloomfield, and I think this one is trying to trend maybe a little bit further to your south, and that's good. Yeah, certainly is, but there's that second circulation back behind that we'll have to watch there, wouldn't you say, Joe?
Yeah, I agree with you there. Just a couple of things that are on the kind of the southern side of Bloomfield here and a little bit south of Highway 63. You've got the Bloomfield Municipal Airport kind of right in this area here. And a couple of other things. You've got the Bloomfield Mennonite Church that is a little bit closer to where Steuben is showing up here. So a couple different things that are right out ahead of this tornado and are just south of the Bloomfield area. So this is going to be tracking right towards Highway 2. Excuse me, tracking right towards Highway 2 here over the next little bit. And I do believe this is still moving to the east-northeast at around 30 miles per hour. So one thing we haven't done here, just because we've been trying to watch the kind of curvature movement that's been happening with this, I do want to get a little bit of a track on this one here for you, as it's kind of right on the edge of two different radar sites, but want to put this to the northeast, and also want to just quickly mention too, if you are in Bloomfield, especially anywhere on the south side of town, be in your tornado safe spot. And I would say, just to be safe, if you are in Bloomfield, stay in your tornado safe spot right now. Even though this may end up passing just to the south, it's still close enough that we want you to be as safe as possible. So Steuben, in that area, right around 541. So we've got just a little bit of time here. We want you to get prepared to seek shelter, or at least do so very, very shortly here. Pulaski by 551, and continuing on that northeasterly track. So Chris, this has been a very impressive storm up to this point, and there is still there's a couple of cells trying to develop a little bit closer to kind of the central part of the state of Missouri, south of this cell, but there's still not a lot of activity there. So this is still able to use pretty much the entirety of the energy and environment that is in this area out ahead of this storm. So this may be a situation where we are tracking this all the way until it's east of the Local 5 coverage area.
Unimpeded flow going into it. Joe, thank you very much. As we look out, what I have highlighted on the screen, I have the two different spots of the velocity mentioned, 40 miles per hour outbound, and this contrasts by 61 inbound, and over a mile or two stretch. So we still have some very strong rotation, and in some instances here, we'll just mark that gate-to-gate shear, 84 miles per hour in those pixels right next to each other. 1 second here while I just look off the screen. I don't think that's a TDS, so I will not show it. But all signals right now is that this is still on the ground. We'll go ahead and take John's feed up here for you fully. Looks like he's working through a community right now, maybe Pulaski at this point is what I'm going to guess based on his positioning. So I'll pull you back up here on me. So I can at least show you. I believe he's driving right here, trying to get in a better position to stay safe. That circulation south of Bloomfield. Fortunately, it has not kept turning to the north. It was prior. And you know what? There's another circulation back there too, Joe, to the south and west, just to back things up how this has gone. And you know what? That would be in a more favorable spot, too, to watch. It's still kind of unimpeded down to the south and east of it, though it is solidly into the rain right now in both locations. So you're not going to be able to pop out and look at a distance and get a good view on this one. You're just not here at this juncture. Both areas of circulation that we're now tracking are solidly back into the rain. This is the circulation due south of Bloomfield. If you are south of Iowa Highway 2 and south of Bloomfield here by 4 miles. Joe, if you want to look up a couple of local roads in that area so we can get a vantage point and you can shout those off. But about 4 miles south of Bloomfield is where we have the greatest area of circulation right now. I think it's trending the right way, but it's still awfully strong at 83 miles per hour. Moving to the east, slightly north of east, that's going to put places like Steuben and Pulaski next in line to see this one. And eventually Troy is on down the line, along with Shunem as well. Joe?
Yeah, and especially given the latest movement, just want to make sure that I'm calling out the right some of the right streets here. So you've got just south of Highway 2 here that runs right down this direction. That is going to be Nuthatch Avenue. It's kind of one of the streets, if you know of that one, that is going to have this tornado kind of passing through. As Chris mentioned, a little bit closer over towards Pulaski being next in line here. Seeing a lot of farms still within these areas, not a lot of specific landmark type of things to point out, but I did mention Nuthatch Avenue, as well as another, if you're anywhere along 250th Street in Davis County, do be sure that you are in your tornado safe spot, as this a tornado that is still still on the ground, and we're going to continue to treat it as such, continues moving to the east a little bit. And as this begins to approach Pulaski, couple of things that I want to point out here. There's a road called Rock Trail. If you know of that one, that's also going to be kind of in line here. And if you know the Little Fox River through this area, that's also just a river, if you know of it, that is this tornado warning is going to be passing through. And Chris, they did take out the observe tag to the tornado warning, but we still want to keep a close eye on this because we've been tracking maybe another area of rotation that's been trying to kind of pop up here. We're kind of right in between radar sites, Des Moines and the Quad Cities radar site. So a little bit of contamination in there, but we can still get a view of this rotation that is still prominent.
I even see 3 here now, Joe, and I'll point them out to you as we get a new scan. There's 3 areas to watch at this point. I think those rightmost 2 are probably the strongest that we have at this point. The original circulation that has been a long track tornado is this one, and it's approaching Highway 2 southeast of Bloomfield, closer to Pulaski. And so this one still being termed as capable of producing a very strong tornado. It was located near the Bloomfield Municipal Airport at 5:33, and it's moving east at 35 miles per hour. So this storm has a history of producing a tornado, and a considerable threat is present along with it. So we're going to continue to track this as this moves through Davis County. We are now entering the eastern half of the county with where those threats would be, and they are solidly into the rain. So now a radar indicated tornado, but still that threat threat is there, though the velocity picture has been with us since this one was down in Missouri. And I'll just loop it the last 3 hours. You can see that circulation as it came in just west of Unionville, southwest of Unionville. I'll actually slow this down and get you kind of a better vantage point of it. And the progression of this, picking up right there southwest of Unionville and now all the way into Davis County. That's a long stretch. We're talking a stretch of about 50 miles where this one has been on the ground. Let's go ahead and take John's feed up here as we look up into the mouth of this. He's keeping a safe distance away from this one, but that line of clouds you see coming from the right of the screen to the center, that's the feed into the storm. Sometimes we kind of call this a beaver tail as it sticks out. It's the air condensing up as it does rise, but that's the inflow. And if you watch closely, you can actually kind of see the clouds moving slightly to the left in the frame and into the storm, so heading away from the vantage point that we're looking at here. Threat continues to be over southeastern Davis County at the present, Joe.
Yeah, and just one note here. Train spotter did get a. Well, I guess it is an estimated wind gust, but nonetheless, it was 8 miles south of Bloomfield, estimated at around 70 miles per hour for wind gust. So very strong wind gust, estimated, not measured, but estimated wind gust there, 8 miles south of Bloomfield, and that was about around 12 minutes ago. So going to continue to watch this, and it's a situation where there's not enough activity to the south to make me think that maybe it will start to kind of get cluttered with this storm. I'm still considering this one kind of on its own because it is southernmost still at this time. And we've been watching and monitoring a couple of different areas of rotation to kind of try and show up with this one. This storm at the very moment may be cycling and may start to recycle. And in fact, I'm going to double check my connections.
What just happened there, sir? I'll take it over while you figure it out.
Yeah, go right ahead. I'll check and see what's going on.
Yeah, and I was looking back to the west of the metro. We have a new line of storms that's coming into view, and that is going to continue to try to build. This may still have severe characteristics as we go into the rest of this evening, and we'll continue to monitor that. Right now, everything is sub-severe as we look at it, and top of mind is down into Davis County where we have this tornado warning that exists until 6 o'clock. And what we have here is the area of rotation now, and we mentioned it was curling to the north, and it certainly still is. It's just taking it around the Bloomfield area to the south and to the east, and that's what we currently have at the present. The rotation that we're seeing is about halfway juxtaposed between Bloomfield and Pulaski here, and while it's not quite as robust as it has been in the past, we certainly still have rotation there. The speed rotationally over about 2-mile stretch is at 57 miles per hour. Latest data in, let's go ahead and sample those same two areas of watching. 19 miles per hour by 46 miles per hour. So we're looking at 66 miles per hour overhead as things kind of rotate on around here. Eastern Davis County is where we have that threat. It's moving to the east and slightly north of east. We're starting to sample the National Weather Service Davenport radar at this kind of a vantage point. This one's moving east and north and east at 35 miles per hour. I'll go ahead and put this latest track on this, the direction it is swinging. And Pulaski near you here, 545. We'll keep it going. Keosauqua at 612. If you're joining us in southeastern Iowa, watching off towards Van Buren County. Birmingham by 618, and then we get way out to the southeast towards Hillsboro by 636. I did just briefly move it over here to the Davenport National Weather Service radar, and you can kind of see a bit of a convergence signal, but it'd be trying to wrap around. The last scan was actually a bit more impressive here that we saw. You can see that area of rotation to watch. A bit of a convergence here, but this would be where that rotation is as it pertains to the Davenport National Weather Service site. Getting a look at what's going on down into southeastern Davis County. That's our feed from John as he's out there tracking things across the southeastern portion of the state. Rain wrap tornado is the concern here. We haven't physically seen anything on camera, though we do have spotter confirmations in the vicinity that we did have a tornado on the ground. New tornado. Yeah, I just saw that, Joe. I'm going to go to it. And this is for one of those alternative circulations as we come back to me here. It's going to come into view. I don't have it in my system right now, but over... Oh, it's out further to the east. Okay, I was mistaken here. So Van Buren County, that's where we have that newly issued tornado warning that goes until 6:45. We did have, and I'll bring up the storm reports here and sample this for you. These, I do not believe, are the same tornado. So we had a new report. This is as of 5:25. You know how we were kind of talking about that secondary circulation? I believe that secondary one briefly touched down at 5:25 based on the report, because the previous report south of Moulton was 5:11. And we definitely mentioned that one as it came through. So I believe we had a second brief tornado touchdown, and I guess they're deeming that is no longer credible to be on the surface. But yeah, here's that view as we look up to John's feed with the Iowa Storm Chasing Network. I'm not exactly sure where John is right now. His map hasn't updated in a while, but certainly looks like he's looking up into the teeth of this storm. So we have that rain off in the distance. The tornado, should it continue to still be on the ground, is in the rain, and that's why we're keeping it with you here. We like the way the trend has been going with this overall, but we don't want to relinquish anything. This has a strong history of a strong tornado. We remember as this one came out that it was actually rain wrapped at one point. So it was doing considerable damage. It had a particularly dangerous situation from this as it entered Davis County. So a couple of reports of touchdown. We were working behind the scenes to verify those confirmations with officials and emergency management. Our tornado warning continues until 6 o'clock over Davis County. And at this point, as long as the circulation is in Davis County or close by, we'll keep it, and we'll take it, I think, right up to our 6 o'clock programming. Where that circulation would be at this point is north of Pulaski, and it's kind of scatterbrained at this point. It's trending the right way. I like the way this is going, Joe.
Yeah, me too. I really do. Good news in regards to, especially with given how this storm has been up to this point. Now, we may see a little bit, I'm continuing to keep an eye on things back farther to the west, but I do want to let you all know that the environment farther to the west is not near as conducive. There's still energy to work with in the atmosphere, but it's not as conducive thanks to much less shear, the tornadic environment not near as high back to the west. This is the best tornadic environment is still kind of all within this whole area here, stretching down into a part of Missouri as that tornado warned storm starting to get a little bit closer to Kirksville, Missouri, with that southernmost tornado warned storm down into Missouri. But of course, our attention is still very much focused on Davis County right now as this continues, and just keeping track of where we're seeing a little bit of that, a little bit of a hook kind of showing up. Still seeing that. Now, this is not at this moment in time a tornado that is on the ground or observed, but do want to continue to take this seriously if you're anywhere in Davis County, due to the history of this storm, in that it still is going to be moving through an environment that will continue to, at least support, continuation of rotation until we see it become totally clustered with everything else that's going on. And we may start to see drastic improvement in that regard at that point. But until we get to that point in time, the rotation and the tornado warning, of course, will continue on to the east and get into Van Buren County and this very little portion of Scotland County in northern Missouri. But Chris, I agree with you. I like the trend that we're seeing here. And we have to continue to keep a close eye on it just because of the history more than anything else right now.
Joe, thank you very much. Just looking at things hydrologically, what we've seen, Lucas, Monroe County, you've seen a lot of rainfall here for this afternoon and evening. It is still raining. 3 inches of rain right solidly across the US 34 corridor from Sheraton. You get over towards the Albia area. It has shifted slightly to the north, but if we see additional redevelopment in that corridor, we could be talking about some flash flooding issues. I have been watching the situation back here west of Stewart. There is a strong thunderstorm out there, and we kind of cycled through our tower cameras looking at our SkyTracker 5 West Des Moines camera, and you can see the overhang from that storm as it is now approaching the Des Moines area. It is a stronger storm, perhaps even some hail up to Nichols, so heads up for that. We have our tornado warning until 6 o'clock over southeastern Davis County. And just purely as we are changing, and talking about different locations gives you kind of a check on our thought process here and what we're looking at. The original circulation that we had this tornado warning for has gone away. I still think there's some interactions happening here at the storm scale east of Pulaski, closer to Milton, and then on down to the south. And you saw it briefly as we transferred over to the Davenport National Weather Service radar. That is a strong wind signal pushing in here. So some strong winds, and that correlates with a wind report that we had estimated to 70 miles per hour coming through. That was at 5:24, so you can see right when that strongest wind came through. Yep, you see the time ticking by. That's within that vicinity. So we have that strong little pulse of wind there south of Pulaski, and it's trying to throw up some signal of maybe a little anticyclonic rotation associated with it. Looks like John is solidly into the rain now. Unsure of his exact location, but he is down into the southeastern portion of Davis County at the moment. I'll come back on to me, and we still have some signal of some strong wind overhead into southeastern Davis County. We have that tornado warning that persists until 6 o'clock. It has been trimmed up just a little bit, and then an extension out into Keosauqua, towards Keosauqua and Van Buren County. Joe?
Yeah, continuing to, of course, track that one and also keeping an eye on things a little bit farther to the west. Again, the tornado environment back here is it's much less conducive to spinning storms. There is still energy to work with, so we may still see these this kind of line of storms here as it begins to approach the Des Moines metro. Still produce some small hail. That is going to be a threat with this kind of line here that's developing on the backside. This line is just a little bit closer to the the cold front that will eventually move through our area, but just more general type thunderstorm activity at the moment with these just to the west of the Des Moines metro. So we'll continue to keep an eye on that. Otherwise, some very heavy rain still coming down throughout Lucas County and over stretching into Monroe County as well. And want to see how recent this is. No, this was a little bit earlier, but there was a 60 mile per hour wind gust that was measured in Wapello County. This was a little little bit ago. But nonetheless, still, saw these storms have some strong winds with them. Let's get a look at the hail real quick here. So nothing being produced as far as hail within this area of thunderstorms right here. So main focus still is going to be for the time on that bit of Davis County that is still under that tornado warning until 6 p.m. So still 9 minutes to go on this tornado warning. And as Chris mentioned just a bit ago, this does extend into Van Buren County. So even though that's not in our coverage area, you still may know, friends, family, you may have some within Van Buren County. Not a bad idea to check in with them and just make sure that they know that that is happening and coming their direction so that they can get ready and make preparations to seek shelter. But Chris, we're moving in the more positive direction here. And of course, we both hope that this positive direction only continues as time moves.
Okay, Joe, thank you very much. We are going to keep it on coverage until the beginning of Local 5 News at 6 o'clock, just to make life easier for those in the booth. Then we will begin our local newscast. The rotational threat we've been watching is just starting to cross over into Van Buren County. There's north of Milton, I believe, is where we have the best signal for it. Bit of a convergence south of town. I'd be watching that for maybe some hail trying to pulse upwards there in that vicinity. But our tornado threat for Davis County is going to be ending in the next few minutes. So that certainly is a good trend we like to see. There's plenty of rain and some storms further to the south and east. There's additional tornado warnings down to the south, west of Kirksville, Missouri as well. Our focus is going to be shifting further to this line developing to the west. Right now it's developing on a bit of a cold front. I am just going to show the wind here briefly. And as it sits, mainly just because I want to show you how the wind is oriented. So we have a bit of a frontal boundary right here. It's not going to be moving all too much on us as we go through the evening. And what that is going to do is we have that initial burst in the storms coming into view here now, but eventually it's going to start to outrun that forcing mechanism, and we have a little bit of activity out ahead of it at this juncture. A little bit of loss down over southeastern Iowa. So as I loop things in the last hour, you see how it's progressing. Initially, these storms will be of the stronger side, not quite as favorable in positioning as where these storms are, which are littered with warnings now over southeastern Iowa. But for a brief instance, I'd say through about maybe 7, 8 o'clock, these will have a chance to be on the strong to severe side. There is some outflow coming through here. You can kind of see that towards the Des Moines area. So anything south of that outflow is more stable. That is stable at the surface. So we'll have a narrow window here from the Des Moines Metro back to the west. You can kind of see two areas of outflow, in fact, coming through as I highlighted on the radar picture. Sometimes when these outflow crash with the thunderstorms, it can reinvigorate them. So watch for that's a brief strengthening, but otherwise outflow works to cut off the surface from these storms. And when that happens, it takes away a lot of the tornado risk. Maybe not completely, but it takes a lot of it away. That's what we're talking about when it's maybe not as primed to be in best position. Joe?
Yeah, and just more evidence to kind of what we're discussing here with this line that is farther to the west. You notice this is the thunderstorm energy here. The brightest colors, still very bright. So a lot of energy in the atmosphere for this line to work with. It just does not, especially with the outflow that Chris was mentioning too, that's kind of beginning to run into it a little bit. We're not seeing the sheer numbers that would be conducive to developing tornadoes back in this direction either. So the tornado environment, not so much with this line farther west. However, as Chris mentioned too, with the outflow running into it, that can invigorate this line of storms, and they get a little bit stronger. So a hail threat may become more prominent as that outflow reaches those storms, and we maybe get a little bit more lift into them. But also, not just the hail threat, we could have some gusty winds develop with this line too. But I just wanted to show that there is still a lot of energy in the atmosphere for that line to work with. It just doesn't have the other ingredients along with the outflow that's running into it to create for a tornado concern or tornado risk of any kind as this begins to approach the Des Moines metro. So not severe at this point, this line of storms that is just west and southwest, stretching southwest here. I'm getting a little bit closer to the Des Moines metro. No warnings with this, but do watch for maybe some hail being produced, especially as we see the outflow run into this. We may see more hail develop within this line. And we also may see, there may be some gusty winds along with some of that outflow, but not so much a tornado threat with this one. The tornado threat in central Iowa, in the Local 5 coverage area specifically, is, we're bringing that down. That we're trending downward in that regard. The more tornadic environment is still remaining in southeastern Iowa as well as northeastern Missouri at this moment in time.
Okay, Joe, the threat has gone from Davis County. In fact, just got word the tornado warning is expiring at 6 o'clock. But that storm certainly had a strong history. Looks like a new area of circulation out over Van Buren County. We're just about 90 seconds, 60 to 90 seconds away from starting Local 5 at 6 o'clock. And at this point, without any warnings in the area, we will proceed with our newscast as regularly scanned, but especially keeping a close track on not only what is out there now, but what could be ahead, as we've been kind of explaining with that back trailing line. Briefly here, as we close out our time on this long form coverage with you, I do want to highlight some of the rain that we have seen. Lucas and into Monroe County, there's a lot of spots running 3 inches radar estimated down there. So that certainly does give us a lot of rain, and just checking Sheraton, 1.65 inches. All right, we're getting ready for Local 5 News at 6 o'clock, and here we go.
A live look in Des Moines from our Mezzo on Walnut downtown camera. Today is a weather impact alert day. Let's send it over to Chief Meteorologist Chris Kubal. Chris, a busy day for you and the weather team.
Yeah, it certainly has been here. Thank you very much, Alex. As we take a look at the satellite and radar, we have a cluster of storms over southeastern Iowa. And one storm in particularly producing a long-tracked tornado across northern Missouri and into southeastern Iowa. Here's how things look right now on the radar picture. That tornado warning expiring over Davis County here in the next minute, but out towards Van Buren County, the threat is persisting. Long line of severe storms extending up into southeastern Iowa. Now, we do have another cluster just to the west of the metro. We're looking back west, Dallas County, getting down into Adair and Cass County, a string of storms. There's some signal of some small hail and some gusty winds. A couple things I'm watching: outflow from those storms to the south and east. Behind it, that would be out towards Warren County, things a little bit more stable. But watch as this feature interacts with the storms. It can stir things up, little rotations, send storms stronger up into the air, something we're going to be watching as we continue on. A couple of tornado reports back towards Garden Grove. We have a report of damage there, and a couple of down towards Appanoose Neuse and Davis County as well. Here's a look down into southern Iowa from Garden Grove, and nearby this was a tornado-worn cell, and you can see damage done to that building. Tornado watch in place across southern and southeastern Iowa till 9 o'clock, but I think that threat over southern Iowa is waning at the moment. Now we're dealing with the severe threat. Overnight, we'll deal with another one from 4 to 9 a.m. We'll highlight that in detail. And then we turn ahead to tomorrow afternoon. This is going to be an afternoon that is riddled with strong to severe storms, or next 24-hour period, I should say. But we'll get a break here through much of the overnight. Tomorrow morning, we'll be looking at that next round of storms moving through in the morning, then possible redevelopment. Full breakdown is going to be coming your way.
Okay, thank you, Chris. With the wet weather incoming, nitrate levels are expected to increase in Iowa's water. So far, the nitrate levels has forced Central Iowa Water Works to implement a log water
Alrighty. Hello, everyone. Back with you, meteorologist Joe Farrell, along with Chief Meteorologist Chris Kubal. Still tracking a couple of new severe thunderstorm warnings, at least that have been issued recently. And each storm and each warning produces a slightly different threat. So let's start with let's go north to, well, actually, I'm going to go south to north here. So this severe thunderstorm warning, which is for portions of Jasper, Marion, and Polk County, this is going to continue until 7:30. So about 15 more minutes here. What's happening with this particular storm is that the storm began to collapse down towards the surface, and with that came very strong wind gusts. There was some damage reported out of Altoona. I want to make sure I've got the report correct. Received a photo from the public via social media of a fallen tree and fence in Altoona. And so the wind is causing and did cause some damage in the Altoona area. So that is the main threat with this particular severe thunderstorm warning. They just trimmed up on the backside there. Still going to keep this until 7:30. But this storm is collapsing down, but that is allowing it to kind of have the strong winds, almost like a little bit of a downburst type of action. And that is what's going on with that storm. Now, the one farther to the north, this has been showing more of a hail type of signature. Not to say that we can't get some gusty winds, but you see the threats there at the kind of bottom corner, 1-inch hail. So that's quarter size, 60 mile per hour wind gusts. This is until 7:45 for Boone, Hamilton, Story County. So continuing to track these two severe thunderstorm warnings. And there is a storm that is off to the north. This is one that is getting into southern Floyd and northern Butler County. That also has a quite the hail signature on radar there. But that warning is for 60 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter size hail. But here's a couple spots where that hail is showing up north of Jewell on radar here, and then to the west of Story City within Boone County there. So going to, Hamilton County. So going to continue to watch the hail with that particular storm, and the winds will remain pretty strong and pretty gusty as this line here continues on. So getting a look at the velocity here, this brighter area right around Prairie City. This is where we've got at least radar picking up on the strongest wind gusts. And there was a scan that at one point was showing quite the winds, very close, and right after it moved through Altoona is when radar began to show the wind speeds upwards of around 75 miles per hour for a very brief period. Radar was picking that up. So still very strong winds with this one as it continues tracking to the southeast.
Joe, I'm ready whenever.
What's that?
I just said I'm ready whenever.
You got it. Chris, we're watching the winds with that one, and what we're seeing with that northerly storm was, outflow interacting right along with the front that is kind of located there, and so getting kind of like happened last Friday, getting a little bit of a just collision and pulse upward, creating for kind of a hail threat. At least to my eyes, it looks kind of similar to what we had with that situation last Friday night as well.
Yeah, Joe, thanks. This northern cell, I'm going to wonder just how long it can last. As it pushes deeper into outflow, I think it becomes more elevated in nature. This is one storm to watch as it is isolated, however. I think it's going to cut off the low levels. So as we have been kind of tracking the velocity signal on here, there is some shearing effect going on. There's not really much for inbound wind, though. So I think this is cold pool dominant at the moment, but something we'll definitely watch in northeastern Boone County. Just your base level severe thunderstorm warning at the moment for 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch diameter hail. Then down, we've mentioned southwestern Jasper County. There is a little bit of vigor showing up in the velocity signature. Actually, a pretty decent downburst wind signal coming in out of this. Those are diverging winds, and as we are close to the surface, that's a signal that wind has rushed out and it's now dispersing across the landscape. So this storm is definitely wind dominant within it. There was that report of some wind damage back in Altoona. I'll also say in Norwalk, we've heard a report of a tree down on power lines causing a fair amount of damage, power outage in that part of town. And about 1,200 customers. So we have that going as well. Not much here on the west side as this line moved through. There was not much wind, 13 miles per hour at the studio. We had some heavy rain, but not really much else beyond that. Let's go to the velocity signal here once again. There's that little stronger burst, that wind rushing out over southwest Jasper County. That's where the strongest wind is going to be as it kind of carves a path along the ground, that wedge, if you will, sliding in. And then, of course, back into Boone County. That's going to be an isolated cell that we'll keep our eye on for a little while. Joe?
Yeah, just what I've got up here is the hail track. And so with the cell, you notice the pulse upward with that hail signature, and then the next scan. Same thing with the one that was just a little bit to the south of Jewel. You notice that a couple of scans, it pulsed up, and then it's starting to pulse back down with the next scans coming in. So continuing to watch for some small hail coming down with that farther to the north storm. And something that we'll continue to track. But as Chris mentioned too, as these continue moving to the east, not totally sure how long they can hold this type of strength. And given what we just looked at with the hail track, you notice that the hail core and what was showing up by radar in terms of hail is pulsing down. So we may have already seen this cell at its strongest, and hopefully we continue to see a bit of a weakening kind of trend with that one. And then the severe thunderstorm warning that was issued as this line of storms right around Prairie City was where the winds were kind of a whole little kind of an area and cluster here. And just out of curiosity, let's see what radar is picking up in terms of wind speed. So I'll sample a couple areas here. Now there was a moment in time where radar was picking up on quite the wind signature with this, and this is all as this particular area of this storm is collapsing down to the surface, and so it's the wind being spread out over the areas in front of it is causing some wind. So velocity picking up on 64 mile per hour winds. That's with this a little bit of a tan color, just a few pixels kind of within that. And even on this next scan here, not much of that going on. And you notice how much it dropped a little bit farther to the west. So this, as it continues to the east, is showing that it's still pretty gusty, but just not quite to the strength that we once saw. And when I say we once saw, I mean this was like 5-6 radar scans ago. So these warnings popped up pretty quickly, Chris, and we are seeing both of the areas of these storms at least pulsing down a little bit. So hopefully we continue to see that trend. This is all just kind of on the back end of what we had earlier on this evening, and just a little bit of secondary development on the backside of it all.
Thanks, Joe. It's not going to be prime position compared to what we were dealing with earlier in the day. I don't believe we're going to rise to the vigor that we had down over southern Iowa with what was a couple of tornado reports coming in. I don't want to say that threat is zero, but this would not be as prime a placement. If we would see anything, we'd watch this cluster of storms here. This is moving into a territory that really hasn't seen too much, but that outflow has caught it, right? So storms would be elevated. It just makes it harder to push any tornadic threat down to the surface. Just the 2 warnings we're watching, actually 3, as we do have that little bit up there into Butler County, way up into northern Iowa, though that one technically outside of the local 5 area. We'll continue to track that. That's been a healthy storm way up there to the north. The wind signature associated with this cell over Hamilton and Boone County is not near as impressive. This developed as a clash of outflow boundaries. And so I don't think there's much hail associated with that one right now. The velocity signal has toned down a bit, so that's a good trend. You notice how everything was a little bit more excited and energetic there from 7 to 7:15. It's kind of lost a little bit of mustard here overall. That's a good trend, but that warning will persist until 7:45. We'll be on the stream here as long as we have some warnings with it. Haven't heard any additional reports from this cell down into southwestern Jasper County. I don't believe we currently have any significant reports coming in from this area. I'm plotting the wind gusts now. And out of the Neil Smith Wildlife Refuge, not a significant wind to 24. Considering this was a downburst, usually that wind is strongest right when it happens, Joe, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, right. I mean, right as it was happening and showing up. And I think, that's likely the reason why that it was that one scan that velocity was actually picking up between a 75 and 80 mile per hour wind gust into the storm. That was that one brief moment of that, and we've seen it just not quite as strong ever since, but still producing some gusty winds. It's just not to the level that we saw when this warning was first issued and first popped up.
We'll see, Joe, how Newton reacts as we pull this storm in a little bit closer. Maybe some gusty wind associated with it. I'm going to back up and see if Colfax registered anything significant. It did not. Let me see here just off screen. I'm going to pull up the winds from our area. These are current winds from the airport sites, wind gusts. So non-significant, but we'll continue to monitor that at this point. as that storm pushes through. I'm not sold on the way the current wind situation looks there, nor up north, Joe. These are kind of at the bottom rung of both of these warnings. There is, however, a narrow little corridor through here that these storms are going to be feeding on. There's a cold front out to the west and a big drop in humidity levels over northwest Iowa. They made 90s in northwest Iowa for today. But the lack of humidity levels will do that. And that is just a storm killer. So there's a narrow corridor that we're still working with. As these continue to work their way eastward, notice that energy is running out. So I fully expect a weakening trend here through 8, 9 o'clock, Joe.
Yeah, no, we will take that. We'll take that weakening trend for sure, especially as these storms continue moving off to the southeast. There are areas in southeastern Iowa that do not need to see any more action tonight. And just something I want to point out for stream here, where we had the tornado warning going on, earlier tonight. A couple different tornado warnings, but the one that was coming up with the storm out of Missouri, we do have flash flood warnings for both Appanoose and Davis County here. So there were locations that picked up on a lot of rain. In fact, Chris got a report in of around 6 inches of rain having fallen near Russell. So there were some spots that picked up on some very heavy rain and some evidence to ponding on roadways and some swollen, smaller creeks and streams, things of that nature going on in both Appanoose and Davis County. So if you are located there, rain does continue to fall. Thankfully, it's just not to the extent that we saw it earlier on this evening. But that is just one other thing I wanted to point out here. And another little bit of positive news, at least for central Iowa, is we're not in the middle of everything going on in northern Missouri still, where there are still tornado warnings and numerous
watch flash flooding.
numerous severe thunderstorm warnings. But what was that, Chris?
I just said watch flash flooding down there with that conga line of storms going through. Word in from the National Weather Service that Jasper County storm will expire at 7:30, which is just 2 minutes away. I guess that's Polk and down into Marion County as well. That leaves this cell up into Hamilton, Boone, and Story counties to watch. The severe component of that cell up into Franklin County is off to the east into Butler County. And just like that, the warning updates. That has a tornado possible tag. I was just looking at that. There's a decent little velocity couplet coming in, but Butler County outside of the coverage area for Local 5. We'll still touch base on it periodically as it is close by, and no doubt we're streaming, and a lot of Iowans are watching. So the wind signature over Boone, Hamilton, and Story counties is not near as impressive. I think we're going to see this one try to rain itself out. There is a slight little downburst signature on the southern end of this. I believe it's now pushing into extreme northwest Story County between Story City and Gilbert. I'll go ahead and go back and show that feature to you. It's right here. So this green is heading towards the radar. That red is going away. That's a downburst signature to watch for. And this data, I think, is probably a couple minutes old, so hence now it's moved its way eastward just a little bit. So that's one thing to watch. It'll probably keep that warning going for the duration for the next 15 minutes. I mean, why not? You have that signature there. You got to keep it going. I don't think we've had any ground truth for significant wind at any of our automated sites, and I don't see any reports coming in from the National Weather Service just off screen here. 25 miles per hour wind gusts out of Marshalltown. I don't see anything for Newton at the moment popping into view. But the storm, the airport, technically not quite into the part where the storm is. So I think that'll be telling on how we handle that segment of the storm, though not currently a warning in place, Joe.
Yeah, and just one other little area that I'll point out here is just this little bit of an increase in reflectivity between Buckeye and Alden, right along Highway 20 there. May have some small hail developing within that that little spot. Not, super concerning, but, pea to dime sized hail, maybe even nickel sized hail, may start to be possible if we see that get even just slightly stronger in the next scan or next data scan that comes in. But just a one little spot there at I was looking at for potential for maybe a little bit of hail coming down. Otherwise, just kind of looking at everything at a whole and with this big picture here. The front. Yeah, there's nothing behind that front. Now, that is not going to be, that front's not really going to be moving really much, if any at all, over the next, what would you say, Chris, kind of, what's it going to take, around 24 hours until that front really starts moving, maybe a little bit less than that?
Until it swings through. I mean, it'll be through our area, Joe, here as we, I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong, as we move through early afternoon, so a bit less than that, but yeah, I think that's kind of the trend we're on. Working on getting a video of flooding in out of Lucas County. Joe, can you take over here for a few?
Yeah, absolutely. So continuing to, watch out ahead of and along this this line right here, stretching from Newton down through Monroe and all the way down to just south of Indianola. Gusty winds certainly possible with this, but we're not seeing it to the strength that we saw when it was a little bit of a downburst-like scenario as it was moving through Altoona, and Altoona had a damage report come out of there from this particular line here. So just something that I want to do quickly here is I'm just going to put a little track on this and just give you a little bit of an idea of some rough timelines of when this line of gusty winds and likely still some heavy falling rain within here as well. So 7:37, very, very shortly here, give it a couple minutes into Knoxville, Pella by 7:38. Again, a couple minutes here. So we'll start kind of begin stages of rolling into town. New Sharon 7:46, Oskaloosa 7:53. University Park, 7:54, Cedar, 8:01, and Fremont, 8:04. So that's with that. It's non-severe, but that's just some more rainfall, and you might hear a bit of a gust of wind with that as well as it moves through. Let's also get a track on the cell that is still severe thunderstorm warned, and in fact, I want to...
It's kind of moving out of that area, Joe.
It is.
Of the warning.
Yeah, it's moving out of the warning, and just a little bit of an uptick this area between Buckeye and Alden with the hail, starting to maybe pulse up to maybe a very small spot. Radar picking up on some quarter size hail at the largest. So just maybe some small hail coming down with that little area that has pulsed up ever so slightly with the last couple of radar scans. But yeah, this storm and the main threat with it is starting to move out of the severe thunderstorm warned polygon. This originally was for quarter-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. We have not gotten any ground truth to either one of those yet, not to say that it hasn't produced those things. But this part of this storm will continue moving to the east and a little bit southeast as well. Might as well get a track onto this one.
Joe, I'm going to take over here for a second.
Yeah, go
I'm
for
just
it.
watching what's happened up here into Butler County. If that doesn't garner a tornado warning soon, I'd be surprised. That cell northwest of Allison has a pretty decent looking couplet there showing up. And I know this is outside of the local 5 area, but I do want to touch on it here just briefly. Gate-to-gate shear of 90 miles per hour from bin to bin north of Bristow, northwest of Allison. So heads up on that. Technically out of the local 5 area, severe thunderstorm warned, but has that tornado possible tag. And that's what we'll be tracking. Back down to that cell that you were talking about there, Joe, near Story City, it is starting to move out of most of that warning box, but actually down by Gilbert is, where the best signature is at present. I do believe, we're starting to see at least part of the storm move out of the box, and since we don't have a new report or a new warning downstream, we may continue to see that be the case. Just that's credence to the lack of ground truth that we've seen at the moment. Give me 1 second here. I'm going to bring up the wind speeds, and you'll get a look at that. But also what I'm going to do is I have some video. There's been a lot of rain down south so far for today. Down towards the US 34 corridor in Lucas and Monroe counties, radar estimates up to 4 inches of rain in that red shading. We've had ground truth up to 6, and I just recently got in a video from the southern part of Lucas County, about 6 miles south of Sheraton. And you can see that there's certainly some water inundating low lands. I'm told this is Wolf Creek, south of Sheraton, which when you think creek, you don't think raging waters like this. So there's not a flash flood warning, mind you, at this point, but I would still say watch out for flooded areas. Also one thing, and I'll show you the storm that caused this here in just a second, but this is coming in out of Norwalk. Megan sharing this picture with me, tree limb down, and actually took out part of the power line. And last I checked, there was about 1,200 folks without power in Norwalk. So we'll go back, and that was kind of quasi that line that eventually got severe warned. But this would be that little impulse as it rolled into town from coming to the east, and boom. So about 6:45 or so, and I'll just go check out the velocity signal around that time. Yeah, and there was a little bit of an uptick of the wind there, and I believe Des Moines International gust to about 40 miles per hour, but it wasn't in prime position for those stronger winds, which I believe we certainly did see there in Norwalk, and we got that with a storm report that did come in now from Norwalk of that damage. So certainly was some wind there, and now that storm is pushing off to the south and east. Really starting to see it get out of that warning box, though, up north, Joe.
Yeah, we really are. It's advancing east out of that pretty quickly here. No word as of yet on whether there will be another warning issued downstream. I'm sure they're, of course, keeping a very close eye on it at the National Weather Service. So would not be surprised either way. Just kind of depends on what this part of this storm continues to show here. Still picking up on some pinks kind of showing up around the Iowa Falls area, likely some heavy falling rain kind of within that, and also maybe some small hail too. Nothing that would be overly concerning unless radar's picking up on anything different there, which it's not. Nothing overly concerning. However, some small hail will be possible around the Iowa Falls area, around Alden as well, down to Buckeye. That's kind of where we've seen a little bit of that signature in return kind of showing up here. I'm also very interested in this this storm that is up into just outside the Local 5 coverage area, but that's got a pretty nasty look to it. So just another quick mention of that one there. Otherwise, something that you can expect with any of this is still going to be heavy falling rain. You know, whether it's severe warned or not, the heavy rain is something that is going to be a constant with these because there's still all sorts of moisture to work with, especially with us still being out ahead of the cold front, where it's much drier on the backside of it and behind the cold front. We are still in the, where the moisture is rich still to this point. So this lingering thunderstorm activity, the moisture is something that is not going to run out for these. It is just the environment to support continued severe weather. They're not going to have the same amount of juice as we continue forward in time here. We will eventually just kind of run out of the timeline that we'd be needing to watch for more severe weather. And if you missed out on the forecast from Local 5 News at 6, or you're wondering about anything with tomorrow, it's tomorrow morning. Looks like we've got a pretty nasty line of thunderstorms that is going to push through central Iowa right in the kind of the heart of the morning commute tomorrow. So that's the next in line as far as the next round of potential more widespread type of severe weather and severe thunderstorm warnings, things of that nature. It'll be tomorrow morning and then a brief window tomorrow afternoon where southeastern and eastern Iowa could be, under a threat for some more severe weather. But we're not quite out of the woods with all of this tonight in terms of severe weather. Don't think we are going to see a progression into a tornado scenario or tornado warnings being issued out of any of this. Believe it's just going to stay just a wind threat if we see that increase again, or produce potentially upwards of some quarter-size hail, which is right on the edge of that severe criteria hail. So I would say that those are the things that we'll have to watch for. And I'm also noticing, Chris, that it looks as though they're going to allow this this warning for...
yeah, it's going to expire.
Yeah, going to expire. So
it certainly is. That's the one we have, and we'll probably let the stream go just back to looping radar. For now, we'll keep track of things. Heavy rain, the flooding rains. Oof, I'd be really watching northern Missouri. There is a flash flood warning out for Appanoose and Davis County right now. Also, the video I just shared with you likely dealing with some issues across Lucas and Monroe County too, so heads up for that. With that, we're going to let things loop. We'll let you know if we jump back on, though, with any coverage if there are additional warnings, so don't go too far, and we'll keep you updated as we go through the rest of this evening. You can also download the We Are Iowa app. You can have the interactive radar at your fingertips. Also, those warnings, it will notify you geolocated if there is a warning in your community. So everyone stay safe. I'll go ahead and wrap this one up for Joe, and we'll be back on should we see any more severe weather. Take care.